Cool. All right, everyone. Hello. Welcome to this meeting of the Campbell Union High School District. It is 5:03 p.m. and I will call this meeting to order. Can we get a roll call, please?
Trustee Gallagher,
Here.
Trustee Brown,
Present.
Trustee Aerosmith,
Here.
Trustee Goitia.
Here.
And Trustee Verich.
All right, everyone is here. So 1C is to adopt the closed session agenda. Is there a motion?
Move to adopt.
All right, motion by Linda, second by Robert. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, can we please have a roll call vote?
Trustee Gallagher,
Aye.
Trustee Aerosmith,
Aye.
Trustee Brown,
Aye.
Trustee Goitia,
Aye.
Trustee Verich.
Aye.
Got it. Okay, so 5-0 passes. We have a closed session agenda. The items are disclosed on board docs, and we will now look for public comments on any of these items, of which there are 0. So with that, we will now adjourn to closed session, and we'll be back right around 6 p.m. See you on the other side.
Hello, Riley.
All right, so we'll get started. We're waiting on just one more trustee and then we'll get going. Just a reminder, we are live streaming.
Okay, something happened. I can only see Kaylin. I can't. Okay, now I wanted to go to full screen. All right. All right, there we go. Hi, Gitanjali. I like your picture.
Thank you. Here, I'll turn on my camera for you.
All right. So I call this meeting back to order. It is 6:06 p.m. We're returning from closed session where we did not take any action. May be obvious, but we are live streaming this board meeting on the internet. So if you call in, you will show up on our live stream. And because members of the board are joining via teleconference, all votes tonight are going to be recorded via a roll call. No physical location is available for the public to join, but members of the public may submit a request to speak through the public comment card, which is available on the district's website and in board docs. So with that, we're now on item 3B, the Pledge of Allegiance. So if everyone could please rise, mute, and I'll lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Item 3C is to adopt tonight's agenda. Is there a motion?
Mr. President,
Yes.
I would like to pull item 9B. We want to do some revision to the presentation, so we would prefer to bring it back to you at the next meeting.
Great. So I'll make a motion to approve the agenda with the exception of eliminating 9B.
Second.
All right, motion by me, second by Robert. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, can we please have a roll call?
Trustee Gallagher,
Aye.
Trustee Aerosmith, Trustee Brown,
Aye.
Trustee Goitia,
Aye.
Trustee Verich.
Aye.
All right, the 5-0 vote, the motion passes. We have an agenda, and first up on that agenda is item 4A, student board member reports. Take it away.
Yeah. Oh, let me turn on my camera. Okay, so we'll go with the same flow that we did last time, where we'll do events, what's working, what's not working. So some things that we found is that for what's working and what's not working, most of them are not specific to that school. They can be applied at all the campuses. So yeah, I'll start with Branham. So ASB is launching Mental Health Awareness Week, where students are encouraged to check in with Branham about their mental health. And so they'll have spirit days to honor Mental Health Awareness Week and educate students on what that really means. So back to school night is going to be virtual over Zoom, where they'll feature Branham admin, PTSA, sports and music boosters, and teachers. So every Wednesday, Branham is going to start a tradition where it's Kindness Wednesdays. So they'll try to create these activities for students to just make sure that positivity is still happening. So as a welcoming for back to school, Branham is going to be hosting a Minecraft competition. So they're preparing each of the grades to get ready for that. Then the College and Career Center and the Alumni Network are hosting tons of webinars for students to help them out with the college application process. So they're giving them tips and insight into future career paths. Seniors had their parking spot chalking event over the last 3 days. On August 26th, last Wednesday, the clubs had the chance to pitch their clubs to new prospective members through Virtual Club Rush. So it was basically a bunch of online webinars where clubs would present their clubs and try to get more members. So now they're also going to be launching the Bruin broadcast on YouTube and social media platforms. So it's going to be hosted by a student to entertain while tackling some issues. ASB has released a calendar for the month of September full of events on social media. And then they have sent out forms for the mental health awareness. So they have an FAQ that they've started. So it's asking for input from students, and then they'll be answered through the Branham's social worker. Branham Wellness has posted on their Instagram that due to wildfires recently, they're unable to distribute food, but they've done a really good job communicating where they're able to get food. Other than that, and Branham had their first student senate meeting, which is basically a subgroup with a few ASB students and other students who just want to give feedback. They're going to have these meetings once a month to get specific feedback on what's working and what isn't. So at Branham, what's working? Students are starting to do better at navigating their way through Canvas. And it's been going pretty strong for both the students and the teachers. For the teacher, it allows easy access to grades, contact, and get all the homework assigned on one page. But I do know that it has been a steep learning curve for teachers, so I do want to appreciate them for learning a new platform. But teachers have also improved their tardy policies, and now each teacher has a specific code for tardy. So now they've kind of laid out what their rules will look like for that class. And the social media has been flooded with a lot of useful news to keep the student body updated. So what's not working? Kids are still having connection issues, and Zoom has been down. So it's been a little bit hard trying to make sure that class will go smoothly. There's been many power outages at Branham, and so it's affected students' way of learning. Yeah, and then so especially since AP exams are at the end of the year, many students are feeling like they are losing the ability to practice their skills. Notes are taken by the individual, lectures are cut down. And so they would like to see more resources geared towards APs and those exams that students will have to take. So at Del Mar, clubs are beginning to gain attendance due to their virtual club rush that took place. Club leaders have been contacted to take leadership and notify the students to join clubs. Club links have been given out to students who are interested, and some clubs are planning to have their first meetings in the next couple of weeks. They're going to have a back to school night that's also going to be virtual. Del Mar ASB is continuing to host various student activities such as Kahoot games, Would You Rathers, and that are posted on all the social media sites. And school admin has created an anonymous report form for students to report concerning behavior. What's been working at Del Mar, teachers and students are becoming more accustomed to the various tools like Zoom, Pear Deck, Google Classroom. Classes are well organized and underway. There's been a good balance of school and homework. Students are encouraged to reach out to their students if needed. So they've created opportunities like office hours and tutoring hours, or advisory and teacher outreach to make students more connected with their teachers. So that's been going well. The students are definitely more used to the schedule now. There's a lot less confusion on making it to class on time. And Del Mar has a technology hotline for students to call to if they're having any technology issues. what's not working at Del Mar. Some students aren't taking the starting time of class seriously, so they purposely and consistently enter class late. But it's been hard for teachers to distinguish which students really don't care if they're late, or some students that are actually having genuine internet issues. So at times, teachers are asked to load Pear Deck, Padlet, Google Classroom, and other screens in addition to Zoom, which causes a lot of slower connections, and it makes it really hard to be productive with all of these different things during class. Communication has still been confusing. There's too many platforms like Remind, School Loop, Gmail, Google Classroom, and so it's been hard getting the information all in one place. And then Westmont, they had, for their events, they had a club fair on August 26th from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. So through Zoom, during the club fairs, Westmont students were watching videos for that the clubs got to make. They got to attend 3 club information sessions so they could learn more about the specific clubs. ASB continues to create interactive after school or lunchtime sessions for all Westmont students to stay engaged and connected. For instance, there was a Kahoot night on Tuesday. The College and Career newsletter this fall has been released. So the newsletter covers a variety of information, including SAT and ACT schedules, to college visits, to virtual volunteering opportunities. And Ms. Claus, the College and Career Center specialist, is going to be holding one-on-one personal meetings to check in with the seniors and explain the changes in college admissions and provide feedback on college essays. So what's been working at Westmont? In order to address the growing discrimination and equity issues, Westmont created the Equity and Diversity Student Team Forum, where all students are invited to discuss sensitive issues in depth with staff members, share their experiences, and develop a plan to make progress on campus. So the forum will take place on Wednesday, September 16th at 1. The English Language Advisory Committee is holding informational meetings in the English Development Program and their parents to ensure that they have all the information they have to have a successful year. So that meeting will be on Wednesday, September 1st, which was yesterday. And then having Wednesday be a day for self-care and catching up on work has been really helpful. What's not working at Westmont? The strategies that work in traditional classroom settings sometimes don't translate well into distance learning, especially for English learners. English learners don't know who to ask for help, and sometimes they even give up when they can't find the Zoom links or don't really know how to navigate through these platforms. Students who have younger siblings find it hard to learn online without parents or guardians to monitor. The younger siblings can't focus on online classes, which makes the high school students it's hard for them to concentrate during the online classes. Many students have stopped turning on their camera, which makes it hard for teachers to communicate and establish those relationships and connections. Not having in-person lab sessions makes it hard for teachers to teach important scientific concepts. Virtual labs or videos can be extremely limiting. And the amount of work that teachers are assigning is too much. It's adding a lot more screen time than students would have appreciated.
All right, and then I have.
Oh wait, hold on a second. Katanji, I just got 2 quick questions. What's Kahoot night? Did I misunderstand that word?
Basically, it's a game where it's like a multiple choice game where you get to like input the questions, and then basically a bunch of people just compete, and then you like win depending on how many you got right and how fast you answer them. And
it is called Kahoot night.
Yeah, it's called
cute.
Kahoot.
Yeah, like we're in cahoots together. Okay. And then the other question, Wednesday or at Westmont, the Equity Diversity Forum on September 16 at 1 p.m. Is that something anybody can log into to watch, or how is that going to happen?
I'm not sure, but I will contact someone at Westmont and get that answer to you.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
I don't know on the top of my head.
Thank you.
Yeah, and then I have some general updates for Boynton. On the 14th of this month, they are hosting a parent tech night at Boynton from 4:30 to 7:30, which they are partnering up with Prospect to help build technology literacy. They hope that the parents can learn about and get connected to all of the digital platforms that are being used. They also had free medical services available yesterday for all Boynton services through a partnership with Santa Clara Valley Medical Center. This was a mobile van that was helping out the youth and had education on certain health programs, but also reproductive health services and mental health counseling. Boynton's Zoom back to school night will be on the 9th of this month at 6.
There you go. You got it. Perfect.
What?
Sorry, someone got unmuted. I just muted them. Riley, go for it.
Okay, yeah, I was just making sure I can tell. And then there are a couple specific like teacher shout outs that we got from one of the secretaries, but Miss Palmer has been creating culinary kits for students to pick up so that they can complete cooking labs at home. Mr. Van has been creating art kits for students to pick up so that they have the necessary supplies to complete art projects at home. Miss Tover, Mrs. Hooligan, and Miss Giovanni have done almost 30 home visits to students. And this outreach has been very helpful to connect students and inform parents. They are doing a virtual PJ day next Friday, I believe, or on the 9th, which is going to be run by their leadership class. It'll be their first virtual event of the year. They're also doing a virtual bingo for the first 30 students and staff that sign up. You fill out a Google form, and if they're in the first 30, they will receive a Zoom link to play a virtual bingo on the 9th. This will start right after at 12:55 or after advisory class. So at 12:55, the winner will get a Starbucks gift card. At Lee High School, some events that are going on is they did a senior sunrise event yesterday, which was arranged to follow county guidelines. Basically, everyone stayed in their vehicles and watched it from the parking lot while the staff handed out hot chocolate and coupons for donuts, and all extra donuts went to the fire department. Additional tie-dye t-shirt fundraiser to raise funds for the senior class will be happening. There's also the homework center is now open starting on Tuesday, September 1st. I'm not exactly sure when they're meeting, but we know they're doing that. There's a virtual club senate, which has started, and they just had Club Rush, or they have Club Rush today. I'm sorry. So probably a couple hours ago. Freshman ASB officer elections are going to begin in the coming weeks, and ASB students are doing pre-scheduled Instagram Live takeovers on the @family Instagram account. There is a Rosh Hashanah educational presentation to be sent out by Jewish Club on 9/19. An ASB fundraiser is being planned to allow students to donate to California wildfire relief, and ASB students do dares depending on the amount of the donation. Seniors met with counselors and the College and Career Center advisor to talk about college applications yesterday, and we'll continue to do that in the following weeks. Women's Equality Awareness Day was over a week ago, and they did some events during that day. They also have Wellness Week coming up at the end of this month, which has a Mental Health Week collab with one of their clubs and leadership, which is pushing out activities, information, and resources on Google Classroom, Remind, and Instagram. And they also moved their blood drive to next semester. What's working at Lee is they're doing school-wide daily bulletins being sent out to students now per a few dozen parents' requests. Clubs are being formed and have a great representation over social media. AP classes are manageable. The high quality learning pace is prominent even in distance learning. Students have been more serious about homework and tend to get work done sooner than before. Most classes have settled into a rhythm and teachers are more used to using Canvas by this point. Many students were affected by the power outages last week, but teachers are quick to be flexible and accommodating. The seniors are still given a lot of support for college applications, which was made especially clear in Wednesday's meeting with the counselors and the College and Career Center advisor. They're keeping seniors updated on application changes and providing a lot of resources and opportunities for one-on-one help. What's not working, breakout rooms are used often in class, but students usually don't usually do anything when there isn't a student to unmute and facilitate the activity. This is most likely due to the lack of supervision most of the time. Again, some of the breakout rooms work better than the other. Quiz and tests are time sensitive, making them more stressful. And the most stressful factor is the heavy reliance on good connection and the computer's ability to quickly upload notes and answers. Most students are still out of the loop on school news and finding upcoming events. and they've been working with ways to get the remind out and getting the Canvas out. It's hard to stay motivated and energetic in remote learning. It's very easy to just waste away the tutorial periods, time after school, or work periods on Wednesday when we're not in a classroom setting. Club advisors and officers are a little worried about recruitment this year since the club fair is just a slideshow sent to students. It's just in general difficult for student leadership and ASB to engage with the student body virtually. And some students do not like the idea of the cohort outreach that occur on Wednesdays. For Prospect, in terms of a few events, Back to School Week was happening this week. That is why I'm wearing a Hawaiian shirt today. That is not my normal look. There have been events planned every day during lunch, such as Kahoot and Bingo, and each day is a specific dress-up day. Tomorrow, we're going to be hosting 3 Netflix parties. So there's multiple, not Netflix party, I'm sorry, like Zoom live streams of 3 movies that we found. So there's a variety for students to watch. Clubs are preparing for Club Rush, which is happening next week from the 8th to 11th. Each club was given the opportunity to submit a 30-second video about information about the club, so that way anyone can view it and sign up via Google form. College visits and presentations through Naviance and the College and Career Center have been happening since the start of this month and will continue through November. What's working? The school ASB engaging in Spirit Days. There have been some participation for dress-up days and people coming to certain events and getting prizes. Zoom links have been easily accessible. And Canvas displaying grades. Some teachers are updating their grades much faster. Some are being able to leave comments, which has been helpful for students. Also, you can see averages and how you compare to the minimum and maximum for each assignment. Canvas is working well. It's convenient and easy to use, and every student is used to using it at this point. There are also instructions on how to attend the college visits, which have been happening, and the counselors have been really reaching out, especially the senior and junior classes, on information for that. Events and activities that are going on are being communicated well through Instagram, which still has a large following on it. And the Canvas announcement with links to Zoom calls for lunchtime activities have been helpful for students that do not have social media. What's not working? Homework. The workload seems to be getting heavier than before. Of course, I think some students are forgetting that we're in class 40% less than before. School-wide participation in Back to School Week. There's not the best engagement this week in terms of participating in events and being able to do dress-up days. The Zoom internet is often slow, and teachers are still marking students late when there are internet troubles. Also, the teacher outreach meetings are not that helpful or necessary, so there's limited information being relayed, and teachers seem unsure of what to do during these meetings. There's also not a lot of way to remind students outside of Instagram, one of the only ways of communication, and many would like to see it happening in other places.
Okay, so now more updates. So I have split it up between updates on what we have done, just general updates about my opinions on how school is going, and then just some personal updates. So I'll start with updates on what we've done. So this year we've been juggling a lot. It's been really hard since we have to like adjust everything to make it online, which takes a lot more time than we anticipated. So this semester, as you know, we're going to be tackling the homework policy. We're going to try to continue our site visits. We've been trying to get a lot of feedback in terms of reopening, and are still going to have our SSAC meetings. We had a meeting, Riley and I had a meeting last week just to figure out and plan things until October, just so we are both on the same page. So that we can schedule in other things. And on average, we have 4 meetings a week. So I will update you if I get sick of Riley. We have a meeting with SSAC next Tuesday where we will talk about the learning continuity and attendance plan and the homework policy as well. So we'll present it to them to get more feedback. And then we're going to start our virtual site visits this month. We'll be presenting more specific information to Dr. Bravo, and then we'll be giving more high-level feedback to you during the board meetings. And then we'll also have the end of the year presentation where we'll explain more things in depth. So we're going to focus the questions on both reopening and general trends that we've been noticing across all of the campuses. And we created an Instagram, so if you can follow, it's at CUHSD_SSAC, if you could follow it. Some general updates. Tech is here to help. So you can call 408-558-3080 if you ever have any tech related questions. School has started to feel normal again, which I don't think many students have experienced since March. But this also means that students' mental health is going to start declining, especially since they're isolated from their peers and people are just going to be a lot more stressed. Tests on Canvas have not been going too great. So many teachers have it on the setting where you can't go back to the previous question, which makes it really really frustrating for students. Students are used to taking tests on paper where they can go back and forth and skip questions until they feel ready to answer that question. So it adds a lot more stress for the students because you have to perform perfectly the first time until you can go on to the next one. Teachers have also added in a steeper time limit in order to restrict cheating. But honestly, every time I take a quiz or a test, it feels like I'm taking the SAT every time. So it's not been enjoyable. It's been really stressful. And now there's been a lot more reasons a student can be absent. During regular in-person school, it was either you were sick or have an appointment or something along those lines. And now it's all of the above, plus not having working Wi-Fi, not having power, needing to work jobs and support your family. And so I strongly urge our teachers to record class. For example, I was sick on Tuesday and I knew that I would miss out on so much curriculum. So I just had to sit through class and I wasn't really able to function. So I understand that there are tutorials and office hours that students can go to, but 30 minutes isn't really equivalent to 70. And since classes have become a lot more lecture heavy, taking notes has become a lot harder too. So if we can refer to class instruction as review through the recordings, that'd be super helpful. Breakout rooms. So there's kind of been two strategies that teachers have employed. So one is making a breakout group deliver something at the end of the session. So it can either be graded or not, but it requires them to work together and collaborate on something. They have to, at the end of the breakout room, they have to have something completed. Or they can make it more open-ended where you can all work independently on specific tasks and then your peers are available if you have any questions. So this is more like a table group style. The second version, where it's like the more table group scenario, has not been working well for students. Students normally just turn off their cameras and mute themselves and no collaboration actually happens because students are often intimidated to ask their peers for help. And since no one is really engaging, no one wants to start the conversation. And so I would recommend students to do more group activities where they have to work together to complete something, whether it be for a grade or not, but students will be more likely to collaborate. Yeah, so make it more clear on what school looks like next week. Like, do we have Monday off and then Wednesday cohort, or does Wednesday become the Monday, or does like Monday shift to Tuesday and Tuesday shifts to Wednesday? There's been no information, so I would urge admin to update their students and parents soon, since a lot of people are just confused. Teachers have been requiring students to print out worksheets to complete. So if you don't have a printer, I would recommend Kami, which is Kami, which allows you to annotate PDFs with text boxes and markers. So it's still a way that you can complete your assignments without having to print something out or go get something printed. I just want to thank our teachers for being amazing and doing a great job accommodating for the students' needs. Students are very demanding, and I just want to thank the teachers for doing a great job accommodating for us. So some personal updates. The senior chalking event at Brenham was super fun. It was nice seeing a lot of my peers after so long. ASB did a great job ensuring that it will be socially distanced. I just forgot how unartistic and impatient I am. So I just ended up just sitting there talking to my friends since I kind of gave up on the whole chalking thing. We celebrated my dog's 2-year anniversary last week, 2-year rescue anniversary. So if you're able to, please rescue pets and animals. They've also been affected by the pandemic. Labor Day is coming up, and many of you probably have a bunch of plans for the 3-day weekend. So please make sure that you're wearing masks, staying socially distanced. Just because we are seeing a decrease in cases doesn't mean that COVID has gone away. I would really want to come back in school next semester in person and get to have somewhat of a senior year. But for that to happen, the community has to come together and limit the spread together. Please, please, please register to vote. Voting is super important now more than ever. So once you register, you can request a mail-in ballot and then drop it off at the local voting center.
All right. And anything else from Riley?
Yes, I have some too. So,
Awesome.
all right. So in terms of student board, we've been making a lot of progress on the homework policy. We have many meetings planned out with stakeholders and have made some edits. We are still planning to present it on the October 15th board meeting. We'll bring the policy for our SAC meeting and have given them some pre-work to do before we have our discussion breakout rooms. We also have 3 meetings next week, one with the Campbell High School Teachers Association, one with the department chairs, and one with all teachers. They will act as 2-hour blocks when we will be able to answer questions or any concerns that they may have. We're also emailing the policy to all those groups. They can view it and send emails to us if they're unavailable to come to those meetings. I would like to note for the board and any staff watching that we have added one major thing to the policy that I didn't want to try and sneak in at any point. And again, we're going to discuss it, but we've added a no summer homework policy section along with the winter break part. So we're going to see how discussions go in the next week, but we want to make it clear that we are trying to talk to groups before we add this in. So yeah, but we want to get teacher and student feedback on that first. We also are going to do meetings with the principals every month. We're going to have these to check in and further give /receive feedback from the district and just have another outlet for the principals to check into. We've already planned out the date for these and they will occur, I think, the 3rd Thursday of every month or so. SAC has also been a great group of people to work with so far and really appreciate all the work they are doing in support of us during this process. These updates are so packed with information because of what they have been doing, not necessarily what Chitanjali and I have been doing, and they've been really helpful. So, and then I just have some general updates. It is college app season, and as a senior, I know how much work it has been. For all students, if you are unsure of schools to attend or ways to get help, ask your college and career specialists. CUHSD is hosting virtual college fairs for the next 2 months that any CUHSD student can attend. I personally have gone to 2 this week for schools that already happen to be on my college list, and I now like even more because of them, and have an admission counselor's contact info from both of them. To sign up, go to Naviance, and you can register for any college visits that have not phoned up, none of which have yet. Especially seniors take advantage of this opportunity with the dozens of schools that are coming. Also, there's a group of students at my school that is doing a run to support the fires in Santa Cruz. 100% of the proceeds are going to the fires. You can support anyone or run if you would like to. They are not going to run in Santa Cruz. They're going to run locally and get donations of people per lap. And so you can contact Students of Prospect or any of their Instagram accounts, and we can put you in touch with the right people for participation and donations. Next week, in case anyone from across the district was unsure, the schedule shifts back one day with no Monday school occurring. With these changes, the schedule shifts to Tuesday A, Wednesday B, Thursday A, and Friday B. The Wednesday teacher cohort day has been removed, as will all 4-day weeks occur during the year. Also, students are now able to pay for their AP tests if they would like to get it out of the way before you forget. Check most of the school websites or ask your AP teachers. Mine sent emails directly to me about it. Canvas still seems to be going quite well for students, at least for having one system with everything all together and all the extra features that it allows. There's still slight confusion on navigating the various places teachers put assignments and other instructional parts, but it seems like much fewer complaints than the first week of school. I think there's also still an argument to be made on how attendance is being done. If students are having internet problems or if they're not able to connect for any reason, how does that get penalized, and how do we have like a certain blanket policy for all the teachers? Also, for some personal updates and just in general, I know talking to others, it's been difficult to get outside with the fires going on and the poor air quality. Hopefully it begins to clear up as it has been for the last few days. I recommend using specific apps rather than just the weather app or looking it up, because they will tell you what the air quality is at a certain time of day, which actually fluctuates quite a bit. So you can try and get out when it's better than others. Also within ASB, we've been working hard to keep up more events for the student body during this time. We did dress up days throughout the week. We're also doing games during lunch and a 3-option movie night tomorrow. Any student who has great ideas or feedback, contact your school's ASB, who'd be more than willing to listen. And for all students, try and take a break from looking at a screen. It's tough to be in 3 to 4 classes, then afterwards do homework on screen, and then watch TV at the end of the day. Please read a book, go outside, or do some non-virtual hobby during the day. It really helps. And also to all students, please join a club, attend an event, call a friend, And don't isolate yourself during these times. It is tough to be by yourself, but please try and spread it. And with that note, is also September is Suicide Prevention Month. So for anyone going through anything, you are not alone and you have support of all those people around you. And also, I'm going to say this at the end of each meeting: until we're back to normal, wear a mask, stay apart, stay outside, and wash your hands. Please, it is boring inside. So yes, thank you.
All right, thank you all. Is there any questions for our student board members?
Just
Yeah,
one quick thing to add really quickly. I asked Westmont and I haven't gotten a response yet, but I will let you know personally.
Thank you.
I'll send you an email once I get a response.
thank you, Tatanjali. Yeah, I've got a list of 5 things I want to run through real fast. First off, a big shout out to Boynton staff for making 30 home visits. That's huge and that's wonderful. I have a question about this. Both of you mentioned it. I think you were talking about the same thing. Some don't like the Wednesday cohort outreach. Is that what, Gitanjali, what you call table talk, or what is that?
The cohort is like the Wednesday, like what we have in substitute class. And then the thing I was talking about and the table group discussions, that's just how Zoom breakout rooms work. So when
Okay,
we're trying to
okay.
collaborate with our peers.
Then what is the Wednesday cohort outreach that some people don't like?
So on Wednesday, there's like 2 times that your teacher can choose. So you meet with your teacher for 30 minutes that day, where it serves as like an advisory. And so that teacher basically is checking in with you, giving you information about what's happening on the school campus and things like that. So just like just a way to check in, but there's no like actual things that you learn in that day, but yeah.
So what's not to like about that?
Teachers are really confused on like what they're supposed to do and what they're supposed to talk about. So they normally just have you sit there while they're trying to just individually check in on each student, or they just like give you some random tasks. So like students just sometimes don't find the value in it, especially if since they just feel forced that they have to sit there. And some students aren't comfortable speaking with their teacher, with the teacher that they've been assigned to. So it just sometimes doesn't serve the purpose that it's supposed to.
Okay. And then next, I really like what you said about not being able to go back to the previous question, and I hope that can get addressed, because that, since the tests are timed anyway, that's one stressor, not being able to go back and take a look at a question earlier. That seems like unnecessary stress not to be able to do that. It depends on how the software is set up, I suppose. Printed work, Riley, if somebody was supposed to print something out and do it and then return it, then I would assume that it wouldn't just be a printer that would be needed, it would be a scanner as well. Or taking a phone picture and sending it as a JPEG. How would you return the work?
I'm sorry, I'm a little confused by the question.
I think that was Gitanjali.
Oh, Gitanjali, well, you mentioned that people who didn't have printers, that was you, because you mentioned a program where they could do it on a PDF. But assuming that somebody was expected to print out work to send it back, you'd have to be able to scan it, wouldn't you? Which would be another piece of equipment, unless you had an all-in-one.
Normally what they do is just have you take a picture of it. So even in like my math
send a
classes where you
JPEG.
don't have to print something out, you normally just do your work with a pencil and paper, since it's hard to like do everything online. So then you just submit a picture, and it's been going pretty well.
Less than ideal, but okay. And then the last one was, have any of you had any interaction with teachers who've lost their homes or are evacuated, and how are they coping? Do you know? You've had any experience of that?
With potentially keeping names private, if you.
Yeah.
So I just had a couple of random thoughts here. So first of all, Gitanjali, I agree with you. I think the classes should be recorded. I have about 6 months of remote distance working on you guys, and it is just normal operating procedure now that key meetings get recorded so that you have them recorded. And I can tell you that we just rolled out end user training for our enterprise application to 700 sales users globally. It's across 7 different time zones over Zoom. And you better believe those sessions were recorded so they could go back and repeat, wash, rinse, repeat, and things like that. So I think that's a very good suggestion, and I hope it's something that takes root. The confusion on the holiday week coming up and what the schedule looks like. It's interesting to hear that the students are confused. I've been seeing social media posts, and I've been getting a couple of pings from parents who are very confused by it. Same types of questions, a lot of freshman parents who are trying to get used to the high school block schedule and things like that. So I would encourage some more proactive communication on that. And then on the homework policy, I'm really enjoying watching you guys do policy work. I think this is a great, a great case study in governance and all that kind of stuff. My question is a little bit more for Bob on this. Once the homework policy is approved, assuming that it's approved, is there going to be an accompanying AR that goes with it for part of the implementation?
I think that would depend on the policy and its final version itself. So the more detail that the policy has in it, or the less room for interpretation, then the lesser the need for an AR. If it does have places where it would call for further clarification, interpretation, etc., then it would have to, you would want to join it with an AR.
Okay, so as you guys are going out again and meeting with your stakeholders, with teachers, with department chairs and things like that, can you maybe find out if, you know, more detail on some of the best practices or what we mean by this and stuff like that might be necessary, so we'll know whether or not an AR would be possible or necessary, excuse me. And then my last question is for Riley. Riley, you did a great job of promoting college and career centers and things like that. What is your interest? What are you interested in studying after high school?
I want to do political science. I've been set on that major for a while, and I have a variety of schools, but I'd like to go to the East Coast. I'd like to live somewhere different. And there's a couple cool cities and places I want to be at. So yeah.
All right, I can see that. So let's do a Zoom call because I'm from the East Coast and I know a lot of those schools.
Let's do that.
All right.
Really quickly, sorry, because it came up, in terms of recording classes, I 100% understand and would encourage teachers to be recording. Just want to provide a perspective as a teacher. You know, Stacy, you mentioned the key meetings are recorded, but recording your lessons as a teacher means like recording your entire day of work, essentially. And so just putting that out there that that's just part of the perspective. I, as a teacher, am willing to do that, but it's just, there's a little bit more to it than maybe would first come to mind.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You know, I'm giving a business industry context to it. I would expect that we would adapt, or teachers or whomever would adapt it to an education context.
Stupid techie question for John Keating. Do we have the bandwidth and the equipment for everybody to do that? Because I know that sometimes even when I just try to email a small video, it'll tell me it's too big a file, and I don't know how we're doing that.
You store it in the cloud and you send a link.
Exactly.
Oh, that's all you do. Okay.
Google.
No, I said it was a stupid techie question, but
Everything's in the cloud now.
what about the equipment for making the videos, John? Does everybody
Use
have?
Zoom. Just Zoom natively. And then you can store the file in Google Drive, which everyone in the district, including the students, has unlimited storage. So someone finds the end of it, let me know.
All right.
All right. Anything else for our student board members?
Great job. Another great report.
All right, Herman, I saw you come off muted video. Turn your camera on. Did you have something to add earlier about the Wednesdays?
No, yeah, I thought there was going to be a question for me.
Okay, cool. Just want to make sure. Great. So then we will move on. Item 5, we have nothing tonight. Is that correct, Dr. Bravo? All right. So we'll move on to item 6, public comments. And I'll read this really quick. The board welcomes comments from the public. If you'd like to address the board, please fill out a blue card located near the online blue card that is located on board docs and on our district website. You'll be called on to comment when your item is reached on the agenda. If the item is not on the agenda, you will comment at this time. Provisions of the California Brown Act preclude any action being taken on any item that does not appear on tonight's posted agenda for action. Oral presentations and communications to the board are limited to 3 minutes per person and 20 minutes per topic. We do not have any digital blue cards this evening. So at this point, we will move on to item 7, comments from associations. I do not believe there's anyone from CSEA or SCIU, but we do have someone from CHSD, Laurel Garceau. So John, if you can get Laurel on the line.
Okay, thank you.
All right, hey Laurel, you're on with the board, you're streaming. Whenever you're ready, take it away.
Okay, thank you, Kaylin. This is Laurel Garceau. I know you all know me, but I always feel like I want to introduce myself. I teach French at Branham High School, and I'm the exec board secretary. CUHSD appreciates the technological resources provided to our members for distance learning. However, we are still hearing concerns about the lack of urgency to provide equitable access across the district to technological platforms that support interactive, engaged student learning. In addition, we ask whether consideration has been given to the technological needs of our CSEA colleagues, who are critical supports for many of our most vulnerable students during these times. Members are expressing continued concern about our most at-risk students not getting the support they need. We hope that some of the $4.7 million in learning loss mitigation funds will be used to provide more SPED and ELL aids in classes to help support these most at-risk students and their teachers, especially at this time. CUHSD's Rep Council met on Tuesday, and teachers at every site report extraordinary levels of stress. The compounding effects of one disaster on top of another, displacement from fires, learning a new LMS, global pandemic, in addition to working 6 to 7 days a week, 55 to 65 hours a week, these hours and this workload are not sustainable. Compounding the steep learning curves around providing live, interactive distance learning are the hours spent learning Canvas. The district should be leery of putting more on the plates of teachers at this time. For example, a system for evaluation conducted by administrators with no experience delivering distance learning themselves or evaluating distance learning, and in the absence of any clear delineation of best practices during distance learning or well-articulated levels of performance. The concern around the mental health of students is discussed on a regular basis, rightfully so, but teachers are also really suffering at this time. Please be mindful about the mental health of teachers. Much of this was beyond the board's control, and we do appreciate the efforts made to support our students and teachers. But the board and district can do more, and they must act swiftly. The state has allocated $4.7 million in learning loss mitigation funds to the district, and we have not heard what the plan is to spend that money. Teachers and students need additional supports now, and we urge the board to understand the level of urgency needed at this time and to ensure that the funds are used to address learning loss this semester as we believe it was intended for. Lastly, we would like to address the changing of student schedules at some sites this past week. We know our district has a history of wait and see who shows, but the additional disruption this caused both teachers and students at this time brought more stress than it normally does. Fun fact, when a student leaves a class in Canvas, their grades disappear, not hide, but disappear. Teachers lost student work and had very little information to pass on to the new teachers. We understand the need to balance classes, as this has always been the policy, but students had already formed bonds with teachers and their classmates, and this was yet another stress-causing action for all involved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, that's going to take us to item 8, our superintendent's report. Dr. Bravo?
I'll wait for the section 16.
Okay,
for
great.
the agenda.
So 9A is just talk about our presentation guidelines, but because none of our items really meet that definition tonight, we'll move to 9C, the first reading of a plethora of board policies. Who's introducing this one?
Trustees, this is just the first reading, no action. These are all policy changes recommended by CSBA that the various administrators who most interact with these policies, whether it be Herman Cerdo or Meredith Hudson, have reviewed, and we are in concurrence with the changes that are forwarded to you, most of them being just to align with law or relatively minor.
Do any trustees have any questions or thoughts on any of the board policies?
I have about 6 comments. First one is on 1340A. There's the districts may about charging for public records, and you know, I just read that, and I'm almost embarrassed to do this in front of Linda, who's a retired English teacher, but grammatically that sentence just didn't make a lot of sense to me unless they are using their own personal equipment. Can we just make the they more prescriptive, as the individuals or groups are using their own personal equipment? Take the question mark out of there. The second one is 413A on assignment, about notification of accepting it says at any time a certificated employee is required by the district to accept an assignment which the employee believes is not legally authorized by the employee's credential. The employee shall notify the superintendent or designee in writing of the misassignment within 15 working days. The superintendent or designee shall notify the employee of the legality of the assignment. Okay, that makes sense. The next sentence says, if no action is taken by the district, the employee shall provide written notification to the county superintendent of schools. So if we don't respond to their written request, this is, I'm just kind of wondering if this is about, if it's more about appealing a decision, or you know, I didn't get a decision from my district, so I'll go to the county soup now. It's just really unclear to me how that works. And I would hope that if somebody took the time and energy to write a written statement saying they believe that they are, that there's a misassignment, that we would respond. We wouldn't not take action on that. So I just wanted to point that out, ask for some clarity on that.
Meredith, did you want to respond to it now, or do we want to follow up on that?
I think we can follow up, but I hear the point is well taken. I think we can look into it further for that clarity.
Okay. The next one is 4113B. Down at the bottom of the page, the second to last paragraph, says any complaint alleging teacher misassignment or vacancy shall be, sorry, my comment thing is in the way, shall be filed and addressed through the district's procedures specified in AR 1312, Williams Uniform Complaint Procedures. Is a misassignment really a Williams complaint, or is it just a uniform complaint?
It actually does fall under the Williams.
It is the
complaint.
Williams?
Yeah.
Okay. The next one is BP, the universal precautions, BP 4119.43A. Just kind of a general question here. Do we expect that we're going to need to write some policy requirements for coronavirus? Is that something that we should be thinking about, especially if we're hoping that maybe we can have in-person school at some point?
We may. I wouldn't want to rule it out. I think that is part of CSBA's intent is to do that work now and provide those recommendations to us. We may find that we need more, more specificity or more ARs, especially as you mentioned, we look at more in person. But we rely on CSBA's guidance there too. I think just to make sure that we're, what we're writing is in line with what they would recommend.
Okay. The next one is on the mental health, 41.5B. There's some discussion in the second paragraph about a school counselor, school psychologist, or school social worker may provide mental health counseling to students in accordance with with their individual's credential. And then as needed, students and their parents or guardians may be provided referrals to mental health services in the community, et cetera, et cetera. My question is kind of around the confidentiality of the counseling sessions with students, with our own staff, with our own employees under this policy, because I think it could be problematic. I think it might, hold students back from telling the full story to a counselor if a counselor is obliged to tell the parent what was discussed in a counseling session, certainly around suicidal ideations and things like that. So I'm just a little curious about what are the legalities of our ability to provide some confidentiality to students as they are having counseling sessions with our staff.
Right.
We had something like that come up. I'm glad you asked that, Stacy, because we had something come up with CUHSD counselors where after the second session, I think for the sessions to continue, that we had to have parent approval. And I agree with Stacy. It can be a block for many students.
Right. And counselors, guidance counselors, academic counselors are actually pupil personnel services credentialed. And so they do have to follow confidentiality. They cannot disclose whether if a student is receiving counseling from the counselor, unless, right, you mentioned suicidal ideation and they have to follow up by law and report it. Of course, they have to conduct a threat assessment, assess whether the student has a plan. And so they have to follow confidentiality, keep it confidential. And so with CUHSD, what you're referring to, Trustee Goitia, is that after the third session, they do ask for just authorization to continue providing the counseling, but they're not disclosing what the student is sharing with the counselor.
I see.
Okay.
They're not disclosing what is being, because I don't think that's the case for CUHSD counselors. If there's a crisis, if there's a, and you have to do a threat assessment, I think that the CUHSD counselor asks permission, or basically tells the student, but I think that they're required to tell the parent, hey, your kid's in my office and they're, here's what's going on.
Right. And that's if they're a danger to themselves or others. And so they are bound by law to have to
mandated reporting
to protect the students. Right. And
But
so
that's the only thing. If a student was having a counseling session with our duly credentialed counselors and they shared some information that wasn't a threat to themselves, but they wanted to keep confidential. They did not want their parents to know. We would be bound by that confidentiality and would not tell the parents. Is that correct?
Right. So if they're a threat to themselves, then yes, we would have to. If they're not, then no. And also if they're disclosing to you that, hey, I want to hurt somebody else, here's the plan, here's what I'm going to do, then it would conduct a threat assessment, and so then you would have to contact law enforcement.
Has anybody made a ruling on where cutting falls into that definition of threat to self?
So that would be a threat to self if there is evidence, and if the student does have a plan, discloses that, yes, I'm cutting myself, here's what's happening, then you would have to possibly contact it could be a 5150 situation where a student is suicidal, has suicidal ideation, and so you would have to follow up with the appropriate agency, whether it's contacting law enforcement, if the student is a 5150 and is a danger to themselves at that moment in time, and so you want to take every precaution to ensure that they are safe.
Okay. And then the last one is non-discrimination and harassment, BP 5145.3A. Do we need to include cyberbullying in this policy? We talk about bullying, we don't talk about cyberbullying.
And cyberbullying falls under our expulsion discipline, so that one is addressed there. And this one here, I mean, Dr. Bravo, I don't know if that's something we could add to this policy.
We probably could if we felt that was necessary.
But it is addressed under the Ed Code for suspensions, expulsion, discipline, due process.
I understand that, but this one is almost, this is a policy that basically says, look, this is what we're about here, and this ain't good. This isn't accepted here. This behavior is not accepted here. And, it's not part of the pieces that have updates to them. But I feel like when you open up something for any changes, you got to look at the whole thing. And I personally would like to see us put, bullying and cyberbullying, just to be clear.
Right.
Because I think that there might be some confusion that if you're on social media and you're doing stuff that's not part of that's not part of school. And I think we have to stand up and say, that's not okay. That's not who we are. That's all I had.
All right. Any other comments, questions, thoughts? All right. So this batch will come back at our next board meeting. Is that right, Bob?
Yes.
All right. Going once. Going twice. All right. We'll move on to item 10, which is our consent calendar. Action on all consent calendar items are acted upon in one motion with no discussion prior to the board vote, unless a board member or the superintendent requests that any such item be removed from the consent calendar for discussion by trustees or any interested party. Each consent item approved by the board shall be deemed to have been considered in full and adopted as recommended. Does anyone want to pull any items from tonight's consent calendar?
To approve.
Second.
All right, so a motion by Robert, a second by Stacy. Is there any discussion to approve the entire consent calendar? Seeing none, let's move on to a roll call vote, please.
Trustee Gallagher.
I'll vote aye.
Trustee Aerosmith.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Goitia.
Aye.
Trustee Verich.
Aye.
All right, so it passes with a 5-0 vote. And that's going to take us all the way down to item 16A, consideration of action regarding district response to COVID-19. Dr. Bravo.
Thank you, trustees. And John, if we could have the PowerPoint for this part of the evening's agenda. And we can go past this title slide and start on the first one. So trustees, right now, the engagement is really one of the watchwords for us. Is, how do we know that students are engaged? And it's not an easy thing to measure engagement. It is a very rough proxy, but it is one nonetheless that we can quantify. So we're paying a lot of attention again to attendance. So on August 31, this is just like a snapshot in time that is relatively recent for you to consider. 88% of students attended all classes. 97% of students attended at least one class on August 31st. So we shared this data with you at the previous board meeting to give you a little flavor about the trends that we are seeing. Next slide, please. So this is a comparison point against, again, last year at this time. So in the fall of 19, when we were in-person learning, you can see the percent of one or more the percent of the students that had one or more period absences compared to now. So unquestionably, we in many instances have far more absence than we did when we were in person. Next slide, please. This comparison is within this academic year. So at a previous board meeting, we shared data, and we shared some tonight about August 31. So this gives you a little bit of comparison, and you can see that there is hopefully a somewhat of a private positive trend, that there is less absence now than there was when we started. Not as dramatic of an improvement as we would hope for necessarily, but a little improvement nonetheless. Next slide. So this chart shows you how we're doing in terms of calls to the tech hotline, the beginning of the school till now. And the blue lines create our answered calls on a given day. And you can see that the early part of the chart, August 3rd, 4, 5, 6, that was really probably more, and John can jump in and help me out if necessary, but that's probably more related to registration issues. Then we actually have the start of school, and this is going to include calls from both staff and students. So I think when seeing the calls start ramping up on August 10, 11, 12, and then the 12 being the day before, a pretty high number there jumps up, and then it's come down, and it's pretty consistently come down. We had a little bit of a jump on August 31, but you can see on the 29th and the 30th there were 0. John, anything you want to comment on here?
The week before the start of school, that was getting the freshmen online. So
You're a little hard to hear right now, John.
the week before was getting the freshmen online. It was actually all still technical calls, getting the freshmen, getting them introduced if they had any questions after they picked up their Chromebook.
Okay, next slide. Okay, so we heard reference from during the comments today about the learning loss funds, and part of how we're going to recommend board to you how we should expend those funds is wrapped up into the learning continuity and attendance plan. And we've talked about this previously. This replaces the normal LCAP. We launched a thought exchange on August 17 to solicit some community input around what people saw as our priorities. The first committee meeting reviewed thought exchange results at that time on August 24th. The second committee meeting went further to explore how to equitably support students during distance learning. On September 8th, we're going to hopefully be able to move towards a set of final recommendations on their end. So the timeline is tight, but this is a plan that we have to bring to you so that you can see it within the month of September. So on September 17th, we'll have the public hearing at the regular board meeting, and September 24th is hopefully when we will have a final adoption. Next slide, please. So there are different pots of funding that are available to us. We have the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund from the federal government, the Governor's Emergency Education Relief Fund, and the Coronavirus Relief Fund. And if we hit the next slide, I think there's a little summary of each kind. So as I mentioned, the ESSR or the CARES Act is federal funding to be used for contracts. And those we would see as being used for different kinds of health and safety upgrades or personal protective equipment for those staff that we do have working in person. Next, John. Together, the CRF and the GERE are being referred to then as the Learning Loss Mitigation Funds, totaling about $4.7 million. That is one-time money for specific purposes, which we'll talk about a little bit further. Next, John. So these are the allowable uses of the learning loss mitigation funds. Credit recovery, including summer school. Supports for English learners, low-income students, foster youth. Mental health supports. Interventions such as Saturday schools, after-school programs. The cost of technology, such as the rolling out our one-to-one at all the sites, could be one of the uses of the Learning Loss Mitigation Fund. Teacher and parent professional learning, shifting staff responsibilities to support distance learning, school nutrition, and pupil and family engagement. So around school nutrition services, as you are likely aware, last year and through the summer, we were able to provide meals pretty much to any young person that needed a meal. The rules at the beginning of the school year changed. We had a big fall off in the amount of participation in our nutrition services programs. It has been reinstated that we can now feed more students, regardless of age. But this was one of the potential uses of funds to cover any losses potentially related to feeding more students. Next slide. So based on feedback that we heard from people in the spring, based on that part of distance learning, et cetera, I think what I see as the current priorities is student learning supports, including tutoring or credit recovery options, student staff technology needs, which we've really already made the investment in Chromebooks, Wi-Fi, mental health services, teacher, student, and parent guardian training on distance learning, and student nutritional needs. And so these are the kinds of discussions that we've had so far with the LCAP committee that consists of parents, students, teachers, other staff members. If these seem like the right priorities, and I think in large part there has been a general agreement that yes, these are the right priorities. Next slide, please. And this is to give you an insight into thought exchange. And the thought exchange that we did this fall, we asked the question, What are your thoughts on the district's current priorities to improve distance learning for students? And we had over 1,000 participants, over 1,000 thoughts, over 20,000 ratings. So if you remember, people can go, and if they have an agreement with the thought, or a thought resonates for them, they can give it stars, like you can do any other kinds of ratings. 65% parent guardians, the responses, 9% staff, 25% students. Next. So this is just a chart letting you know number of thoughts by theme. So most thoughts were actual, it says support for distance learning, but that's shorthand. And really what it was actually, for lack of a better term, I'd say it was people just making comments, really recognizing the hard work of teachers that have made the distance learning of the fall substantially different than the spring. And so a lot of this was really just affirming what the teachers have been doing. So it was not, so the support actually meant affirmations, shout outs, that kind of a thing. The need for mental health services was the next most common. Then again, actual technology in the form of hardware, et cetera. Then training, then more connections with teachers, between teachers and students, creating opportunities for social interactions, a consistent use of technology across campuses and schools, academic support, and homework. And if we can see the next one, in the next slide, we'll see some sample statements though, of the support distance learning thoughts. So you can get a flavor of what it means, support distance learning. But we had in a comment, one of the more popular comments says, I would say that we'll be in the situation long past the first semester. Improving what we are doing will require steps. Let's start now. It sounds like they're doing their best to provide students with all available resources to help students deal with the tough year. They're all top priorities because kids are losing so much. We have to make sure we can provide all we can to keep them mentally healthy. And it seems like the district has a better plan in place this year on how to handle distance learning. Next slide. So these are the top thoughts across all respondents. So coming in at 4.3 ratings out of 5. Assigning every student Chromebook was an excellent move. Hope this continues past the pandemic. Next, Canvas is a good choice, but the more features, the more complexity. Teachers need to embrace flexibility as students figure out each course's process. Students learn better when they can engage material without struggling to follow different sets of instructions. And then increase focus on academic homework, not busy work. So those were the top 3 across all respondents. And then coming in next at 4.2, I'd like to see administration teachers do more to promote a balanced life. Kids are in their room for classes and then homework. Too much homework helps, but in COVID, teachers should provide more socialization time, more encouragement. And then my daughter said the one thing bad about distance learning is the lack of personal interaction with the teachers and them not knowing who she is. So those are just a slice of the top thoughts. And if we can go to the next slide. So the LCAP committee, using Padlet, one of those apps that people use for very commonly in online instruction. This is a snapshot of some of the ideas that the committee had for the use of funds. Technology literacy workshops for students and parents, and these have their own little ratings. So if you see that first one has 10 thumbs up next to it, and no thumbs down. So these are just people on the committee rating ideas. Mental health services in Spanish, focus tech support for EL and students with disabilities, focus on students that are traditionally underserved, a master plan of of outreach activities, resource apps, and events around mental health, distribution of tablets, in addition perhaps to Chrome books, more intensive Canvas training, socialization, student tech training, and support. And if we could have the next slide. So as I mentioned then at next week's meeting, hopefully this turns into a more concrete development of recommendations about what we can do to improve the program this year. One of the things that I think that staff and I are trying to work with, and I would appreciate and welcome comments from the trustees. You know, 4.7 million sounds like a lot of money, but you can spend it before, you know, what do they say? A New York minute. You can spend it in a New York minute. But I think we are also faced with the situation, potentially. This is one-time money. And once it's spent, it's gone. And, you know, if the challenges that we have with COVID end relatively soon, no problem. But if it is protracted and we have one-time monies that run out, that potentially creates some different scenarios and potential difficulty. Now, so far, we have been spared some of the dire predictions about what was going to happen to the economy. But there are still plenty of economists who say, oh, just wait for it. That, yeah, we're not seeing it now, but we're going to. For example, when we talk about renters being saved from eviction, well, at some point, there is the sense that that's going to stop, and people are going to be expected to, you know, pay who maybe have not been paying, et cetera. So I think one of the challenges that we have is that we have certain expenditures. We have certain expenditures that we have made because of COVID that very clearly it makes sense to spend the one-time money on. I think the question that we have to ask ourselves is, to what extent do we want to use these one-time funds to pay for things that we would have bought out of the general fund, to preserve a little bit of the general fund for future use?
All right, so we're gonna go over to board questions, comments, and maybe we could go back to board view.
So Bob, just to make sure I'm getting this at the highest level, and understanding what's different now, right? We're used to doing an LCAP every year because that became the law back in 2012, right? But now we have this new thing that's also called an LCAP, but it replaces the LCAP because it's really just about what's going on right now with the pandemic. And it's really the process by which we're going to, and part of the reason why you do the original LCAP is to align your budget to your priorities. And so that's what this process over the next month is really about, is aligning that that $4.7 million that we have, plus other spend in the general fund, to the priorities that come out of this new LCAP. I hate that they use the same initials. It's going to be very confusing. So did I say that right? Is that basically what's different now? Is that
Yes.
what we're about to step up and do?
Yes.
Okay. So what I think I heard you ask, in terms of it, thoughts around from trustees, is kind of like should we spend our one-time money all this year, or should we come up with some strategies that allow us to maybe spend it on things that we were going to spend anyway, and kind of preserve that that reserve cushion in the general fund? Is that kind of the question that you're asking?
Yes, in the sense that, to do that, to basically to create a longer horizon to potentially spend the funds, then in fact have it all be spent immediately.
Yeah.
And I am one. My personal philosophy is very much today's dollars on today's kids, but I also realize that I don't know. There could be pretty rough waters ahead. And we're not seeing it this year because, again, school systems often don't see their downturns at the same time as the rest of the economy. We see it a year later.
They lag.
And
that's right.
There's a lag, and I see that Dr. Schimmel has activated his camera. That tells me the spirit has moved him to perhaps make a comment. Once he's unmuted, there he is.
I think what Dr. Bravo is talking about is right on target. Basically, our former governor had a rainy day fund. It took him 8 years to have that. And our current governor had the benefit of helping out the state and has spent about a third of that budget in 1 year that took 8 years to save. And you're absolutely right. The effect on the economy is 2 years in the rears. So this year, as you're going to see later, is going to be okay. Next year, it gets a little tighter. And the third year out, based on several kinds of things, one of is our current parcel tax, and what I believe will be a 0% increase from the state, but you have to just push the budget ahead 2%, plus you're going to have to cover any salary increases you've given between today and 2 years from now. And so I do think that we ought to take a look at saving a bit, because it's what I call pay me now or pay me later. If you spend it all now, we're 90% people. So you cannot cut $2 million out of supplies to kids and make a dent into your budget. It will be layoffs and people and reduction in force. And that's always a painful time for both staff and the board. Nobody wants to do that. So whatever we can spread out will make that process a little easier, what you probably heard as a softer landing.
Right. Yeah, this is the fun part of being a trustee, right? You kind of have to be the mommy and the daddy with your kids, trying to get them not to spend their paycheck or their salary all at one trip to the candy store, right? I'm sorry, Linda, go ahead. I'm just mumbling right now.
What's distressing me is that at some point we probably will not transition directly back to in-person learning. We'll probably transition through a hybrid approach, which I cannot for the life of me, no matter what scenarios I build in my castles in the air lying awake at night, I can't see how that's going to happen without a few more people than we have. And are we planning on setting any of this aside for costs associated with our transition back to in-person?
I think Barry is saying yes right now.
Barry's muted.
I always forget that. I'm sorry. The answer to that is yes, because as you've heard from students, parents, and board members are very much aware of, transitioning to technology and distance learning requires a whole set of new tools and applications of the software. And the software changes year by year. So that's going to be our responsibility to help teachers embrace and use the software effectively, so students. And that is going to take a shift in our staff development.
What about physical things, barriers and if we're teaching in small cohort groups, how do we do that without more people? How do we monitor entering and leaving campus and keeping track of people without more staff?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think I may have mentioned this in the spring, but if you take a look at cost of models, the distance learning or traditional learning in some ways are the lesser expensive model, and in many ways hybrid is the most expensive of the different models. And so if that were to be the case, then yes, I would foresee that it would take an increase in funding. I also want to just let you all be aware that the learning loss funds that we were originally informed needed to be spent this semester, that there's a lot of work happening right now up and down the state to push that back, as I think many districts feel that that spending it all in the first semester with the potential of what if there's not a further installment will leave them in the lurch in the second semester.
Sounds like the governor's trying to goose the economy. Here's some money, spend it now.
The real issue is the law called for all of the funds, the 4.7 for the most part, there was some that went to 2022, to be spent before December 30th, 2020. And that didn't give proper planning time and to address some of the issues you were talking about. So I believe when the legislature comes back, they're going to put into law that we will have through June 30th. That's what school people have been talking about. And that would be June 30th of 21. So it gives us a little bit more time, and it also gives us the option, depending on what happens with COVID, second semester to be prepared.
And again, I want to just reemphasize, though, that this is a process that we're doing along with the LCAP committee, that it has certain stakeholders on it. So I think, in asking if you all have a certain preference or thoughts about it, it's really to inform our recommendations to that committee or let them know about some of your concerns and thoughts on the subject. But I don't want us to forget that that committee is part of the process.
Right. So Bob, I agree with you. I'm a big proponent of spend it in the year that you get it type of stuff, and have good fiscal stewardship so that you have the level of reserves you need for the rainy day and for protecting cash flow and all that kind of good stuff. For years in the elementary schools, when I was on an elementary board, there was this game of everybody squirreling money away to have pockets of money that nobody saw, so they can build up these things and keep spending into the next year, keep programs going and things like that. So I want to see us have a very transparent process. And I think what I'm interested in is, as just one opinion, is I think I'd like to see, some multiple scenarios, right? So like a ultra conservative, like a moderate, and then a more liberal spending plan for that $4.7 million. So we can get some ideas on, is it really going to make a big impact if we were to try to put some of that money or use that money in a way that allows us to continue to cushion our reserves? Or is it just, are we going to get more bang for the dollar, right? More return on investment if we actually do make those investments now to go towards a continuous improvement of our distance learning curriculum. I mean, let's face it, we are reinventing school. And, we're going to have to be talking starting like next month about what the spring semester might look like in terms of, what would conditions be that would allow us to have some students and things like that. You got to start planning for that like now, if we're going to be able to implement anything different than distance learning. So I want us to focus on investing in continuous improvement of this new normal, this new distance learning, keep making it better and better. And also ways to, it doesn't, I understand teachers being stressed out by trying to do their jobs remotely now. There's a thing that happens like a month in where there's no difference between work and life, right? And you're just working. And maybe you stop to have a meal, but then you're just back in working. And you could be doing, 7 days a week, 10, 12 hours a day. And so I'm really interested in, putting some thought into what we can change in terms of expectations of the outcomes that we want from distance learning. Right now, we're still focusing very much on academic standards. And I'd like us to maybe take a look at, well, what are other valuable things for our students to learn during this time, other than, get their A through G, credits and things like that, or, reach their proficiency in academic areas. And maybe we can put together, some professional development, some learning plans around, teamwork, collaboration, resilience, perseverance, those types of things, and use some of the investment that way as well. So that's my stream of consciousness for right now.
All right, so we heard from 2 board members. Robert, do you have any thoughts?
Thank you. No, I think go along with the recommendations of the superintendent and the committees.
All right, and I think we lost Christina. She's feeling very ill earlier, so hopefully she'll make it back. I have quick thoughts. I think, if it is your view that we need to hold back some money because there's so many uncertain things that are going to happen in the spring. We might come back in person. We might be a whole nother semester distance learning, and everything in between. Like, I think it would be silly to unwise to spend all the money today, even if people are clamoring for it, right? Of course, people are going to clamor for it. It's money. But as a board member, we have to think about the whole year. And so I'm aligned with that. I do have a question about your presentation that's a little different than this topic. So is there any more thoughts on Dr. Bravo's question before I ask those questions?
Well, Kaylin, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
I think part of the work that we need to do as the board is, the committee can come through with some recommendations, but we really have to talk through about like, what are the priorities, right? We set the direction, right? We establish those types of things. And so what would the measurement of a how would we measure if they come back and say, spend half of it this year and half of, and all other stuff? How would you measure a recommendation from the committee? And I think that's part of the conversation that we need to have as a board.
Is that a question for me or Bob?
That's a question for you. I mean, like, how would you measure? And I think we need to be aligned to that, right? Because then otherwise you just get 5 different opinions and you don't get a consensus, and you don't get us driving to actually giving clear direction to the superintendent, which is what our job is, what our primary role is. It's why we have these meetings twice a month, sometimes 3 times a month, when we have to have special public hearings and things like that. That's what our role is. So how would just, I'm curious, what are your thoughts? I mean, you kind of, how would you drive consensus on the direction that we gave, that we would be about ready to give?
So I think, sorry, it's like a little out of the blue. I think we are talking about whether or not we spend all this money right now towards the vision that we've already set as a board, right? Whether that's through the strategic plan or through the direction we gave when we were reopening back schools. I could go back and review exactly what that looks like, or we could talk about it in more specificity, but I don't know if I need to come up with the measurements right now. Unless the board, I mean, is the board?
Do we as a board need to come up with some of those measurements are? I mean, what if the committee comes back and has this incredible idea, and it would kind of stray us away from the more conservative approach? How would you measure like a return on investment for that versus a return on investment for, taking the more conservative approach? That's what I'm asking is, is that something, when will we as a board do that?
Yeah, no, thoughts from Linda, Robert?
My thought is I'm going to let you stay on the hook and try to figure out what she wants.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, it's about a strategic plan. It's about making sure that our kids are able to have access to the information, have access to class, that they're able to learn the objectives of the class, right? It's the same objectives that you have in a traditional school year. It just happens to be online. And so I think when we talk specifically about this money, right, the reason this money exists is because this is a huge disruption to that learning. I think I said it, when we went back at the beginning, it's foolish to think that any kid will get to 100% of what that would have been in person. And so this is money to help us get closer to that. Now, every board member might have a different view of what that looks like, right? I think we all care about different things. That is okay. We're elected by the public to advocate for those things. Sana, does that answer your question?
Well, when you say every board member might have a different idea or different preference, that's kind of what concerns me, because then we're not actually functioning as a school board. We're functioning as 5 individual trustees. And then we're just kind of duking it out for, who's going to influence, 2 other votes. And that's not, in my humble opinion, that's not what a high performing leadership team looks like. And more than anything, as the leaders of this school district, the board is the leadership of the school district, and how we perform is incredibly important, right? We set the example, right? It shouldn't be about, this is my pet project, or this is what's important to me, and all this other stuff. It should be aligned by, how we make our decisions should be aligned by the strategic plan, should be aligned by some type of metrics that are success criteria that we establish as a board to say this kind of investment is more aligned to our strategic plan than this kind of investment. I don't think we're ready to have those kind of deliberations and give the kind of clarity that a high-performing governance team would give. I think that we're going to get a report out and we're going to go, yep, sounds good to me. And personally, I think that we need to be better than that.
So just so I can be a little more clear, if you go back to Bob's top 5 recommendations, are you looking for us to establish the metrics on how we know if those are getting achieved?
No, I'm looking for us to decide what are the metrics we're going to use to give the direction to Bob so that he knows what kind of plan to implement for that $4.7 million, how to align that spend with our priorities, not as 5 individual board members who have their own ideas about what's important, but actually as the entity of the board.
So you want us to examine those 5 priorities and make sure that they align with what our strategic plan is or what our priorities are?
I want us to have a process that works other than, okay, Bob, sounds good to me. Because I don't want to hang Bob out there, right? I want to be able to give Bob really clear direction. And, you know, one of the things that I've learned in the last month is sometimes leaders think they're giving clear direction, but they're really not.
To do that, we almost need price tags, pretty specific price tags attached to almost every one of these items. I mean, are we looking at spending the entire 4.7 in what time frame?
Yeah, so for me, I think going back to all the different committees we've had, right? And I'll get back to your question, Stacey. You know, I think the expectation from the board, and I think my personal expectation has been that you want a lot of voices at the table, right? You want looking at what's actually going on in the schools, what our kids are telling us, what our teachers are telling us, what our parents are telling us, and trying to come up with an actual plan to try to solve for that. And I think what I saw in Dr. Bravo's presentation tonight was along those lines where we got lots of feedback. It seems to be in line with what I've been hearing from all the different data points that I've received and, you know, all of us have received. So the question I think at hand is, do we want to spend all the money now or save some if it becomes legal, right? And all I was trying to articulate was, I think it would be silly to spend all our money right now if we're legally allowed to hold it till the spring. And the reasoning is because we don't know what the spring is going to look like. And if we do go back hybrid, it's going to be very expensive. And it might be more people, like Linda said, it might be more software, it might be physical things. It could be something that Dr. Sarah Cody thinks is so important that we have to have a certain thing at each site that costs $200,000. I don't know. But I'm comfortable if we do not spend all that money right now. So that's all I was trying to say.
All right, well, first of all, I don't think the question is whether we spend it all by December, right? I think the question is whether we spend it in a way that protects some of our reserves from next year's more catastrophic projections, right? We were able to avoid some of the really catastrophic things that they were talking about, but the economic factors lag for school funding, and the numbers won't look as good, most likely, next year. That's what Dr. Schimmel told us. So it's not about, let's say, let's spend it all in the first semester or save some for the second semester. It's really about which approach do we, as the board, not 5 individuals, but as the board, want to take with regard to, it's almost like a policy, right? Do we want to be conservative and save and hold some back for the next school year when we don't know what kind of supplemental funding we might get to support us, or spend it all this year and put it to the best uses possible? So that's my question, is how are we as a board, not as 5 individuals with 5 opinions, how are we as a board going to provide that direction for the superintendent? Because that's what he asked us.
Bob, do you have what you need from the board? Have you heard the stuff you need?
Well, I've heard some opinions that we can, I think, go back and incorporate into our recommendations in our work with the LCAP committee. And I do want to honor the efforts of the members of that committee who are investing time to examine the issue and to make recommendations. And so I wasn't looking for anything too hard and fast tonight, because I know that if I were a committee member, I'd say, well, why am I here then? If I'm, not really engaging in this process. So I think that I have heard enough at this point.
Okay.
I have a question. If we can go back, don't reopen the presentation, but on the presentation, thank you for tracking that data about who is missing class. Do we have demographic data on who those students are? That's part 1 of the question. I don't need it, but we're tracking that. And then 2, what are we doing for students who are missing class? Do they get a phone call, a home visit, nothing? What's that look like?
Well, a couple of things. So 1, can we disaggregate that data? Yeah, absolutely. And that is the kind of thing that we want to do, is to see, is there a particular profile of who it is that's missing those classes, and what can we do to intervene? And I saw that Mr. Serra activated his camera, so the spirits must be moving him to say something.
What I was going to say was the actual follow-up from the sites. Teachers are following up when students are not engaging. Administrators, once it's elevated, what the administrators, they're conducting phone calls, using Remind to contact the parents. And then when it falls under chronic absenteeism, I mean, you have, the sites are conducting home visits, which is something that we're doing more now than we were in previous years. And from talking to the principals during our check-ins twice a week, this is what they're doing. They're doing it on a regular basis, and they're going to continue to do it. And it's working. It's working to recover some of our students, and we're hoping to continue. We don't know how long this is going to last, but we're going to continue to recover our students.
Got it. Thank you. Any other questions, comments?
Yeah, different subject, but related.
Yeah.
So Bob, I think, and I mentioned this at the last meeting, I think the way that the district planned for, and I should say the community, right? To me, the district is everybody. There's no district and site, but how this school community planned for the reopening was very well done. Good plan, and you had some really good execution. And I really appreciated that you had defined what success metrics look like for what reopening does, and they were very student-centric, right? And you're sharing that data in your updates, right? Things about daily attendance and grade comparisons that'll come up pretty soon, and things like that. So I really commend everybody involved in the planning and the execution of the reopening. My question is, since our success metrics were very student-centric, is it time to start thinking about some employee-centric success metrics so that we can address kind of that shelter in place, work from home, burnout that everybody feels? It's not just, I'm very empathetic to what was spoken about today about teachers feeling like this. We all are. So I'm just curious if there are some things that we can start to look at to start maybe measuring what success looks like for our employees in managing through this pandemic.
Yes. Yes, we can try.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Anything else on 16A? All right. We're going to move on to 16B, which is to discuss possible board workshop topics and schedule a date of August board workshop. Reschedule the date. So as a reminder to those of you watching at home, we did have a board meeting that was scheduled for August 28th, I believe, last Thursday, which we ended up postponing due to just all the things that are going on with COVID-19, reopening of schools, with the idea that we would schedule time today to talk about rescheduling it. So we have 3 board meetings this month of September. So I would probably recommend not doing it in September, but maybe October, November, December. I don't know. What are your thoughts?
Trustee Gallagher, as you said, what are your thoughts? I'm going to go ahead and jump in.
Please, yeah, jump in.
Give an opinion. I think October is right, because I think, if we wait too long, before you know it, the year's practically over, and maybe we haven't taken advantage of the learnings of a workshop. And thinking on this subject of metrics, I think a workshop really focused around this idea of metrics would be very appropriate. So the board can engage in the process of helping us to, you can try and measure all kinds of things, but you probably heard the old saying, if everything's important and nothing is important. And often I think that's what the game we play in education, because it is important and everything is important. But all that being said, what are the things particularly do we want to focus on? And so I think that would be a very appropriate topic for a future study session. And I think that if we were to wait past October, we're not going to get the potential help that discussion could have. And when I say help, I mean help in terms of giving staff, all staff, some direction about what your all's expectations are.
Okay, I'm getting a little bit confused. We canceled the August 27 workshop. And so now we're talking about we're kind of doing future planning. We're talking about a workshop specifically around metrics for spending the 4.7 million, correct?
No, not metrics for spending, because and unfortunately we live under the constraints that the state often gives us. And so they said, you have to have this plan, you have to have, this, you have to get a plan in this way, and you have to do it by September. So okay, I'm not talking about metrics about how to spend the 4.7, but more around the metrics of what would the board, sometimes Trustee Brown will put it in terms of, well, what does success look like, right? So of the board, grappling with that question around, okay, so what would success look like for 2021? But actually make it more specific through selecting certain metrics as the board, you say, like, so I say the attendance is important to me. But what do you all think as board members? Are there metrics that we're not looking at that you want to get on the radar?
So specifically, certain distance learning metrics is what you're talking about.
Yeah, any kind
the reason
of mental health support. Trustee Brown talked about employee-based metrics on employee health and well-being. So really anything that this district is in the business of doing would be fair game.
All right, then how does that fit with the resolution that we passed for staff to bring us something around a permanent structure, which I'm still a little unclear about? But I sent Kaylin, I sent a message to you last week that said, I think we need a board workshop around the issues raised in the resolutions. And I think that workshop should include a few other voices, maybe a few focus group students. I think Joyce Davis would be an excellent person to include in that kind of a discussion, and she's willing. Maybe a rep from the LGBTQ student group. Because I think the resolution is directed for staff to make a recommendation around a permanent structure. I'm still really vague about what that looks like. And I think the board should drill down on that the same way we did on the strategic plan. So it seems like we have an awful lot to talk about, and we're kind of all over the map.
The strategic plan. Does anybody know the date that the strategic plan is good to?
That was 2 years ago.
I'll tell you. It covers 2018 to 2021.
Okay.
2021 is right around the corner, isn't it?
Yep.
So I think we have to spend our workshop time together creating the next 3-year strategic plan. And all the things that Bob talked about can go into that, because we don't have to start over, right? We just have to take this and adapt it for where, what we've got. We were here, we have a mission. Is that still the same mission?
You're talking about updating the strategic plan.
Updating the strategic plan. And I think
Casey, before you go too much further,
sure,
I want to point out, we're talking about, we want to come up with some metrics if we're going to do this. Bob has recommended we do that at the work study, and now you've come up with a different work study. We have to decide which one of those things is where we're going. There could be some tie-in. I just wanted to point that out before you went too far.
Understood.
Well, can I just jump in really quick? The reason historically we've waited until after the election to do strategic planning, because
understood.
That's just a thing, right? And so that's why we haven't brought it up yet, because just Linda and I could both, in theory, not be here, right?
You don't have an election.
I know, but that was like 2 weeks ago. No one knew that, right? Like no one. So we always just try to avoid that entirely and do it after the election day, so that it's fresh with new voices, if there are new voices.
So Trustee Verich, if I can I think the nexus of these two things, this strategic plan and talking about metrics, is that it's the metrics that actually in many ways clarify the strategic plan. So our strategic plan has 5 anchors, right? And those anchors represent strategies. But if we were to assign if we felt that those anchors are still the right anchors, what metrics could we attach to them to be able to say, yes, we successfully are dropping those anchors, or whatever the right metaphor is, right? The anchors, they are still broad enough that they could be open to some different interpretations, and metrics often sort of crystallize or put a point on what those mean.
I would add, and Robert, your point is well taken.
That's it.
No,
How
but-
anchors and strategic plan works. I just was pointing out that we were going in two different directions.
right. No, but to
Bob brought
me,
it back together for us. So thank you, Bob.
yeah, no, to me, when you create a plan, you always start with, what does success look like? And how do you measure it? And then you start building back well, here's the strategy. Here's the steps you're going to take to deliver those outcomes. So, I think that we need to actually schedule more than just one workshop, because I think we do need to have a new strategic plan rolled out for the 21, in time for the 21-22 school year. And to me, the place to start is to talk about just that. What does success look like? And are these the right strategic anchors that we have? And if they are, great. If there's something else that we should be looking at, we can start having those conversations now. And Kaylin, to your point about, waiting to do some of this conversation till after the election when the new board is set and things like that. I think that if there are new board members that are going to be coming in, they're just going to have to, they're jumping in, and being a brand new board member is, it can be overwhelming. It's like drinking from the fire hose. And so waiting until after the election or getting started now, to me, doesn't really make any difference whatsoever, in terms of getting the work done. And I think we have to focus on getting the work done.
There was nothing in the direction in the resolution that said wait until after the election. I think we simply wanted to give Dr. Bravo and his team flexibility with when they brought us whatever it is.
Yeah, so I was talking about the
bringing us. Well, no, I'm talking about the resolution. We're talking about a board.
The resolution we tried to do August 27th, but it didn't work out that way, and we were doing it by October 1st.
Okay, so if this is an October workshop, would that be the appropriate time for staff to bring us what they were rather vaguely directed to bring us?
So trustees, I will have something to meet the October 1st target. It may be partially a forum for you all to react to what I give you. That would make a lot of sense.
Okay. And would it make sense to include some outside folks in that forum?
Are you just planning on doing it at the October 1st regular board meeting as an agenda item?
I think I would send it to you before that time even. I think that in a study session in October, it would be the forum for you to potentially to have more deeply respond to what I said.
Okay.
I don't, for me to present something, I don't think necessarily would be with an intention that you all would have and take it and it may not necessitate like a vote on October 1st.
So it's a starting point for discussion.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So I think we can accomplish all of that, Linda, because, the strategic planning, the metrics and all that other stuff, the taking a deeper dive into the equity resolution. Really what we're talking about here is alignment, right? We're trying to take that resolution and align it into the strategic plan so that it becomes part of the DNA, not just here's another thing that we're going to do, right? It has to be incorporated into that and aligned to everything that we do. So to me, that's the conversation in a study session.
All right, so you want to start looking at dates. No matter what, I think we'll have many weeks in a row with a meeting. We could do October 8th, which is a Thursday, October 22nd, which is a Thursday. If it's the 8th, that would be 5 weeks in a row with a meeting. But It's just a lot of meetings no matter what we do.
I prefer the 22nd.
I prefer to do it later in the month so we can do some prep work.
20 seconds, fine.
20 seconds good. Okay.
Yep.
And then Stacy, you said later in the month, that includes the 22nd?
Yep.
Cool. That works for me.
22nd work for you?
Yeah.
Yes.
And then Christine doesn't get a vote because she's not here, but hopefully she can make it. If not, it probably is important that everyone's there, right? So we could always look at other dates that week or something.
Okay.
That works for people. Anything else on 16B?
Who's going to work on like preparing the workshop?
Probably me and Bob.
Yeah.
All right. 17A is to approve an MOU with labor partners for reopening of schools. Meredith.
Good evening, trustees. Meredith Hudson. I am pleased to share with you that we have completed negotiations with CSEA about the start of the year. And just to give you a little bit of an update, we are finalizing negotiations with our other classified labor partner, SEIU. The MOU is in board docs and has, I think, applicable language regarding leaves, telecommuting expectations, sort of the expectations around health and safety. And that's it.
All right. Is there any questions or motions?
Move to approve.
Second.
All right. Motion by Robert, second by Stacy. Any discussion?
Thank you to the bargaining teams.
Awesome. All right. So let's go ahead and move into a roll call vote, please.
Trustee Gallagher,
Aye.
Trustee Brown,
Aye.
Trustee Goitia,
Aye.
Trustee Verich,
All right. Passes 4-0. Board, we passed 8, and I forgot to ask if anyone needs a 5-minute recess. Does anyone want to take a break? All it takes is one.
Sean, closer to 9.
Sorry. Keep
Push-
going.
Let's get to
Keep
9.
going. Okay, cool. 17B is to approve a contract for employment with Assistant Superintendent of Business Services.
I think I'll introduce this too and ask Dr. Bravo or others to join me if there's anything I'm leaving out, if that's okay. There should be a contract in board docs, and we are asking your approval to approve a contract for our new CDO, or Assistant Superintendent of Business Services. We have selected a candidate. Her name is April Dizon, and she comes to us with quite a bit of experience, especially in the realm of school finance, and is currently serving as a fiscal director in Alameda Unified. But she has also had 15 years of experience in business administration and accounting, has served as a controller and an auditor, and it holds a CPA. And we conducted a pretty broad search, and we're pleased with the caliber of the candidates that we received that applied through the process, and are pleased to recommend April Dizon for this position.
There isn't a contract attached to the board docs, Meredith.
It just came up.
Oh,
It might just take a refresh if you're on board docs. And I can just touch on a couple of the terms. They're laid out in the contract. They're very standard terms. It has a first year salary listed as $370, and our sort of normal fringe benefits associated with health and welfare, in addition to membership and professional associations, including AXA and CASBO.
All right. Any questions? Or Bob, you have anything?
I'm just very pleased that that April is able to join us. Really looking forward to it. And as April alluded to, April really started actually in the private sector and had a job as a person that audited school districts, and then decided to jump on the other side and work for school districts. So really looking forward to her joining the team. I had the opportunity to talk with her current supervisor, the CBO at Alameda, and he shared with me that she's absolutely ready for this next step.
So I just have one question about the contract. The contract seems to be the old style where the salary is listed in the contract. And there's been some movement. There's some new requirements from PERS to have a published salary schedule for all positions. So is this compliant? I know that we're going to publish the salary in an upcoming agenda item, but is this compliant, and or do we need to start putting together salary schedules for our classified management positions?
Yes to both, but I'll elaborate just a little bit more. So you're absolutely right that the next agenda item is specific and it asks you to adopt the salary for this year for this position. But yes, so it is compliant by having both the contract and again, this publicly approved salary for this year. But it is recommended based on PERS, previous PERS cases that yes, that the board does approve that salary, a salary for classified senior management. And again, a salary schedule is often a recommended path.
And for just as a point of clarification, the salary schedule can be a one-step schedule. So basically that's what we're doing tonight. It's a one-step schedule. What do I believe we need to move towards a multi-step schedule? Yes, I do. But we are compliant with the single-step schedule.
Okay. Move to approve? Sorry.
No. I'll second.
I cut off Robert. Did you want to say something, Robert?
Earlier, I was going to say, wait till I've had a chance to read it, but I've been able to skim through most of it, so I'm good. I think I can vote now. I heard Kaylin second.
Yeah, I seconded. So yeah, if the board does want some time to review, that is okay. All right.
I'm good.
Cool. So yeah, I think just a big shout out to the entire staff for going through such an exhaustive process and getting so many people to apply without going through the typical pay a firm to bring applicants in. You know, I think doing it on our own saved the district some money in a time that we need to save money while producing a lot of really solid results. So thank you for all of that. That's all I have. So unless there's anything else, we can go ahead and take a vote.
Trustee Gallagher?
Aye.
Trustee Brown?
Aye.
Trustee Goitia?
Aye.
Trustee Verich?
Aye.
All right, passes 4-0. Item 17C is to approve a 2020-2021 salary for Assistant Superintendent of Business Services.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion by Linda, second by Robert. Discussion. All right, roll call, please.
Trustee Gallagher?
Aye.
Trustee Brown?
Aye.
Trustee Goitia?
Aye.
Trustee Verich?
All right, so 18A is to ratify master contract and individual service agreement with Daniels Academy for the 2021 school year.
And these items that follow are all related to special education services. And should you have any questions, Darren LaFranchi, the Director of Special Ed, is available to answer them.
Move to approve 18A, B, and C.
Second.
All right, so there's a motion to approve 18A, B, and C. There's a second. Is there any discussion?
Thank you, Darren.
Yeah,
You're
thank you.
welcome. Thank you.
Now, let me just read them out really quick. 18B is to ratify an individual service agreements for students attending the Morgan Autism Center, a non-public school for the 2021 school year. 18C is to ratify Second Amendment to the amended and restored joint powers agreement by and among members of the West Valley Schools Transportation Agency for this upcoming school year. All right, so we do have a motion. We have a second. Is there any questions, comments before we vote? All right, roll call, please.
Trustee Gallagher,
Aye.
Trustee Brown,
Aye.
Trustee Goitia,
Aye.
Trustee Verich.
Aye.
All right, passes. 19A is a public hearing on the GAN limit to adopt resolution 17, establishing 2021 estimated appropriations limit and identifying the 1920 actual appropriations limit, or the GAN limit. Is there an introduction that comes with this?
Yeah, good evening, trustees. Sharon Yu, the Director of Fiscal Services, and I'm introducing this item this evening. GAN limit is a constitutional amendment passed in November 1979. It is placed a limit on the growth of expenditure for school districts. The amount is adjusted annually based on the per capita personal income and populations, including enrollments in schools and community college. I am pleased to report that the district does not exceed the limit. Therefore, I'm requesting the board to approve the resolution.
All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and open the public hearing with this water bottle. And board, if you have any questions, go ahead and ask them now while we wait and see if anyone wants to speak during the public hearing, because we're about 30 seconds delayed. Right. I'll close the public hearing and move on to a vote. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, so a motion by Stacy, a second by Robert. Discussion, questions?
When Sharon asks us for something, we should give her it to her.
All right, so let's go ahead and do a roll call vote, please.
Trustee Gallagher,
Aye.
Trustee Brown,
Aye.
Trustee Goitia,
Aye.
Trustee Verich.
Aye.
All right, passes 4-0. 19B is to approve 1920 unaudited actuals financial report.
Good evening, Barry Schimmel, your interim assistant superintendent. Tonight's kind of an exciting night. I always look at year-end actuals as the report card. And a lot of that credit goes to Sharon Yu. I've done this in several districts. And as a compliment to her, she has practiced what she just did on the GAN limit. That's kind of one of assistant superintendent's tests. If you can present to the public what that thing is and what it means, you're well on your road to success, because it's pretty confusing. So tonight we're going to share with you last year, 1920, and I will take you through a series of slides, and then we'll get to the middle of it, and Miss Yu will take you home with the rest of it, and then we will entertain any questions the board may have. So John, if you're ready to put that up, I'll take control. And as you see, we're talking about last school year. And as a compliment to the team, normally the month of July and August are pretty hectic in the fiscal department, and anxiety gets very, very high. This is the first district I've worked in where Miss Yu had her team put this all together by August 1st. So, John, what am I doing wrong that I'm not able to click on this? Maybe you can click the next one for me then, please.
I just hit the arrow button.
Hit the arrow
forward. Should go. No?
Why don't you just hit it for me? There you go. Thank you. We're looking at 1920, and the presentation tonight is about last year. Then we're going to review our current fund balance. and talk about what many of you have already started to talk about. This year is pretty much set. We need to begin planning, which will start to happen very quickly in January for the upcoming year. So next, what are the unaudited actuals? It's an annual statement of all our receipts and expenditures for the preceding year. And we're required by law to present that to you, and you take action on it as a board before September 15th. So what we're looking at is the estimated actuals that we did in June before you adopted your budget, and we're truing those up to actuality today. And then the auditors come in and see if we did a good job, and we'll report to you in January whether they found any pertinent errors. So next slide, John. There we go. Okay, the way we'll look at this, up the top you have letters, and so people can follow along at home, and on the left-hand side you have numbers. The green column is the most important one. This is what your assistant superintendent for business told you on July 1, 2019. I don't pay too much attention to the middle white column, 625. What's important to me, and this is what I call the report card, is what happened at the end of the year. Where'd you begin and where'd you end? And how close was that to what we told you? So let's take the first line on line 2, which is your local control funding formula, because we don't have a revenue limit. We have tax based. And so you will see that we were up 1.3%. And we were very, very close, about $1 million to larger. Why was that? Property taxes went up and the school district got their fair share. That's not something we really have control over. The next line, the state income, most of that reason was the lottery. It was a pretty good year for the lottery. And as you can see, there was about $100,000 in increase. The next line is the local, and your former assistant superintendent rented a parking lot, which created some revenue and interest. And you can see that brought in about $400,000. And when you just look at that line, that's about a 6% increase. So the bottom line on the total line 5, we said that we were going to have income of $102,491,000. And what we actually received was $104,202,000. So we were 98.7% accurate. And when you consider that we had a sort of a COVID year, I would consider that definitely an A. We were within 1.7% of the projection without any changes along the way. What you were told in July 1 of 19 and what actually happened June 30th of 20. So let's take a look at expenditures, because that varies a little bit more. And COVID did have a major impact on expenditures. On line 8 in column B, we shared with the board that we would, on certificated salaries, spend $41.5 million. And we have just about spent that, within 0.5%. Classified was a little different. The next line, 9B, we said that we were going to spend $8.5 million, and we actually spent $9.3 million in column D. That's a 5.1% increase. Why? Because we had an off the salary schedule for both SE, CSEA, and SEIU, and there was some vacation payout. If we look at benefits, medical benefits have been going up, and you can see that we estimated $22.3 million, and we actually spent approximately $1 million less, which equates to about 4.6%. Why was that? Because with medical plans coming up in price, people chose lower priced plans. Medical has been going up for the last several years, plus 5%. The next one is a big category to take a look at. Under column B, line 11, we had $1.7 million projected, and we only spent $1.3 million under column D for a reduction of 27%. Why was that? That was because students weren't in school and we postponed some rather large purchases for textbooks. And that money is still there and will be carried over because we did not want to buy supplies and materials to have them sit around and not be in use. So that's the reason why there's a large savings in that category. The next column, line 12, column B, you can see there was also approximately $700,000 in savings, or 10%. Most of that had to do with utilities. When students aren't in school, air conditioning, heat, lights, water isn't used. So there was a savings there. And people weren't able to move around the last quarter of the year. And so the conferences and travel. If we take a look at the next line, 13B, you see we had budgeted 80,000 and we spent 97.5, and that's a 21% increase in our expenditures, and that had to do with some vehicle replacement and some vehicles that were needed for special education students. And then the last outgo was our contribution to the County Office of Education, and that had to do with, they gave us a break of about $20,000, which accounts for about 20%. We did, on the last line, transfer out, increase by about $32,000 our indirect costs because we were allowed to. We don't set the indirect cost rate, and when the school year starts, the legislature tells us what that will be. So we were able to charge a little bit more. So we were 97.63% to what we said. If you look at the 81 million on line 16B and what we actually spent, we spent a little bit less, 2.37% than what we said to you. But if you look at that overall, considering all the variations we had in the year, I call this kind of like ivory soap, 99.3% pure. For some of you in that age bracket will know what I'm talking about. That's a pretty good year. And I give all the credit to the former CBO, Sharon Yu, and her team for managing it. And I just got the honor of presenting it. And Sharon now is going to share with us the restricted side. So this is your general fund that we just went through. She's now going to take us through the restricted side, where there are a few more rules and regulations. So John, if you can flip to the next slide, please. Sharon,
okay,
Please lead us
through that.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Schimmel. What I have here are restricted revenue and expenditures. The restricted revenue consists of federal, state, and local. Let's look at the revenue under column E. Under column E reflects the comparison of the adopted budget in July 2019 to the unaudited actuals. We are at 82% accurate in our projections. The 18% difference is due to the site carryovers, STRS and PERS on behalf, and pension stabilization. The STRS and PERS on behalf is an accounting entry required to recognize the unfunded pension liability. The revenue and expenditure entry has a zero impact on the district. At the end of the second interim, our auditor recommended transferring the portion of the trust account into our restricted general fund account, which increased the interest revenue. As you can see on the column F, under the local, that's where the reason why there is an increase of 18.2% under row 4, column D at $3.6 million. So the total overall accuracy of this projection is 82.03%. Under the expenditure, we are at 98.6 on track with our projection. The other 1.4% is due to the postponement of purchases due to COVID-19. Next slide, please. The closing of the financial statement resulted in an increase of 1.2 million to the district's unrestricted fund balance. The component of the ending fund balance consists of, under the non-spendable account, consists of our revolving cash, and then our stores, which are office supplies. Under the committed, under the assigned at the $5.4 million, that's a combination of our soft landing, which is our parcel tax of 4.7 million, and the leftover funds for SBCTE of $716. Reserved for economic uncertainty, this portion of $6.9 million is the 6% reserve that the district have. And then on the row 12, available for budget stabilization, it's $9.4 million are used to stabilize the 2 subsequent years in the fiscal year. As you can see on the projection totals for 2021, we are deficit spending of $647. And then on the 3rd year out, we are deficit of $4.6 million. I have included the 22-23 on this slide because I want to reiterate that this is the year where our parcel tax might not be renewed. And at that year, we are at 7.9 million deficit at that time. Having a net increase for 1920, it does help the 2 succeeding years in terms of stabilizing our budget for the following 2 years. Next slide, please. Upcoming events. The first interim will be presented in December. The first interim covers the budgetary estimates and financial transaction for the period of July 1st to October 31st. And in January 2021, we will present to you the 2019-2020 audited financial statement. Before I concluded our presentation tonight, I would like to acknowledge the hard work of my entire fiscal team and for their hard work in the past couple of weeks to put together and closing the financial statement. And that is the wrap of our presentation for the evening. Do you have any questions?
Before we get to questions, I would like to point out the fact that we had a very solid year. This year, we're going to have a pretty solid year. We're going to spend a little more than we had in the budget. But the following year, and for our new assistant superintendent of business, that's going to be probably tax number 1 to work with the board, because that starts in January, and that's like 3-4 months away. And our projection now is that we're going to spend $5 million more than we have, and that's not even talking about the parcel tax. And when you spend that money, $5 million more than you have, and you don't replace it, the next year that $5 million goes to $10 million, and you won't be able to have a positive budget. Now, we've got 2 years to adjust to that, but I think that's very important to know that while we're financially solid, in any given year, we're still spending a little bit more money than we're taking in. So we're running the district on our savings account, and that can't happen forever. So with that, we'd open it up for questions for the board or comments. And if we could take that off the screen so we could see everybody, please, John.
All right, board, what you got? Questions, comments?
Well, first of all, 98% accuracy on the unrestricted revenue. I know that there are businesses out there today that are drooling at that, including my client who was so hard hit by COVID. They had revenue go to zero in March and April and May. So I think that's a terrific score on your report card. I concur. A+, great job. Thank you for all that hard work. I had two questions. The payments on behalf of STRS and PERS, right, which is supposed to be a pass-through on the revenue and the expense side.
Correct.
Those numbers were not the same. So the revenue was less than the expenses. So how does that, what does all that mean?
The expenditure and revenue is the same amount. So what we reported as a revenue is the same amount of expenditure we're taking on. So it's a wash. So it's a zero net impact to the district.
But it said 7 million in revenue and 10 million in expense. That's where
yeah, so the state is a combination of different things. We do have some state categorical programs under state that's just not STRS and PERS, but the reason why we put a rationale as a STRS and PERS, because there is an increase from the adopted budget to unaudited actuals. When we adopted the budget, the STRS and PERS on behalf is calculated at $3.6 million. And then by the time we closed the books, it was reassessed because the calculation is reassessed. Now it becomes $5.2 million. But the state itself, that's just not consists of STRS and PERS. And then also on the benefits portion on the line 10, we also consolidate that along with the other statutory benefits, because under the benefits, our health and welfare is there, STRS and PERS contribution, Medicare, and other statutory benefits.
Okay.
I think for our community, the most important part is to know that the legislature gave schools another break this year. For one time this year, they're picking up 2% of the retirement program. The state is, rather than Campbell Union High School District. And since we already talked about 90% of our budgets and people, that is a large amount of money. We will also theoretically, and I think they'll live up to it, get that next year, which would be the 21-22 year. And based on what we've shared with you, Dr. Bravo and I, we believe the next couple of years out, they're not going to be able to do that. So just generally to push ahead a budget is 2%. If we have to then pick up that 2% a year from now, after we get done with the 21-22 year, we're going to have a 4% increase with the potential of $0 coming in new revenue. And we have a $100 million budget. That is going to be significant. Now, maybe they'll still keep picking it up. We don't know that. But I don't think we're going to have as much in the rainy day fund 2 years from now. So it's something the board has to consider as we do our planning.
Okay. My second question is, I want you to know when you produce a 157-page report, that I read them. And on the very, on page 4, where it talks about the summary of unaudited actual data submission, there's a form called CEA, percent of current cost of education expended for classroom compensation. And it says that it must equal or exceed 60% for elementary, 55% for unified, and 50% for high school. And our number is 60.31%. Is that a success metric? What does that tell us?
So yes, it is because what required for high school is at least 50%. Otherwise, that you have to justify why you did not. If you're below the minimum of 50%, you are required to justify why you did not maintain that total expenditure, a minimum current expenditure for classroom compensation for your certificated salaries and other expenditure for the district.
Okay.
And that probably is a very accurate audit kind of thing. What it tells me as a parent that we're spending our money in the classroom.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was looking for.
I kind of knew you were, but I wanted to give Miss Yu a chance at that.
Could you, in very simplistic terms, tell me what our total reserves are? Because we have a reserve for economic uncertainty. We have a budget stabilization reserve. What is our total reserve, and what percent of that is what percent of our total operating budget is that?
Approximately 6%, broken into two categories of about 3 and 3. The 3% required by the state and the board's policy that they want to be, because you're a basic aid district, a community funded district, you need more because you're dependent on the tax base. And if property tax goes down, you don't get paid by the student. So if you have more students, you have more expense, but not necessarily more income, like maybe a neighboring district might have. So the board's policy is we want twice the minimum requirement, and you do have that, and we plan on you having that next year also.
Okay, so how does that fit with our projections that we're going to spend $5 million more than we have?
That's money in and money out. That's forget what you have in your savings account.
Okay.
Next year, your budget's going to be $100 worth of income, but you just bought that new car, and the payment on that new car is $105 a month. Where are you going to get the $5? You got $100 from your paycheck. Your expenses were $105. You have to pay the bill, but you only got $100. You're going to dip into that bottom line we just talked about to borrow the $5. But
you just said a moment ago that you anticipated we would keep that level of reserve for the next
We will. We will. It will come down a little bit next year, but not significantly. It's the year after when some of this COVID money is no longer there. And particularly what I just talked about, if the legislature doesn't fund 2% for the STRS and PERS, just look at the 1,000 and 2,000 lines and multiply that by 2%. You have to come back up with that, not you personally, but us as a district has to do that. Plus the cost of living, utilities, step and column, those kinds of things, energy costs are another 2%.
So that's 2023 that we're looking at trouble. Who is it that makes the recommendation that districts keep a 6% reserve? Is that a state requirement? What is it?
The state of California legislation requires 3%. Anything above 3% for our size district. Now, if you're Los Angeles Unified, that number is much smaller. If you're a one school district with maybe 500 students, that number is a little bit higher. But for our size district, the requirement's 3%.
Okay, thank you.
And boards sometimes, like Campbell, make it a little bit higher because the basic aid is a little more nebulous, is trying to figure out what your tax base is going to be. And it's not based on what the base is so much, but who pays their taxes. Because if they're supposed to pay their taxes and they don't pay their taxes, you don't get the income.
Get it later with penalties and fees, right? And Dr. Schimmel, correct me if I'm wrong, but School Services of California says a district like us should be around 10 to 12% reserve. Is that correct?
That is correct. If you take a very, very conservative approach, yes. And in these times where we don't exactly know what the rules are and they change, having what I call some dollars dry that you haven't encumbered is not a bad, because we don't know what the rules might be. An example the board talked about earlier, a week ago, I recommended to our superintendent that we needed to take some of our local control dollars. We talked about that 4.7 and put it into food service because we were under a program that wasn't fully funding. And if we didn't balance our food service budget, that's a direct hit on the general fund. And so that was and he understood and the cabinet understood and we put it there. 5 days later, they passed the law and I said, we don't need that there, not as much anyway. We'll move that back up closer to students. I don't know this for a fact, but knowing many of the assistant superintendents and superintendents in the state, I believe that the state is going to come up with some kind of formula for counting attendance that is not going to be favorable financially. And this is being debated right now, and it'll be probably part of some bill that comes back. How that's going to affect us, we don't know. So when you talked about keeping some money for something, that might be something to take a look at. We're not really sure what things the legislature might do because of COVID. So far, they've been good things. The food service, we got a little more money here or there.
So how would attendance changes how attendance measurements are changed impact a basic aids district?
On the state funding portion of that side.
So
it won't affect your tax, local, all those dollars we talked about, the 4.7,
right?
That type of stuff, that's all based on numbers of students.
Okay, got
It's
it.
not your revenue limit base, which you don't have.
And Dr. Schimmel, it should be pointed out, Stacy and I came from revenue limit, and we all talked about how that budget was terrible. It'd be great to be basic aid, and then you're talking about how it's terrible over here. It'd be great if we were revenue limit. So it's really depends on.
No, I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
Please don't understand it. You get more money as a community funded district than you would with 8,500 students on a revenue limit. Otherwise, we'd be at revenue limit.
Right. The thing that's challenging for us is that we are a basic aid district with growing enrollment. So the pie gets smaller. And that's the same thing as being a LCFF district with declining enrollment. The money gets
the penalties of success, right?
Exactly.
You make the schools more attractive, more kids show up. You don't have as much money to make them more successful again.
The board said that exactly right. And the opposite, when you're a revenue limit district and you lose students, your expenses are the same. The playground cost is much to the top and the teachers, but you just have fewer students, which on a per head basis, you don't have as much money.
Yep.
I think the board clearly understands that.
All right, other questions, comments?
A couple things that I noticed, that 20% of our budget's going towards bonds and interest. Is that about right?
Yes. And you will see at your next meeting, we're going to try to refinance some of those because those bonds were passed 4 or 5 years ago when interest rates were much higher. The good part of the economy is interest rates have come down. So we're going to be fiscally prudent. A year ago, you refinanced some. We're going to recommend at the 17th board meeting, we refinance some more. That's not going to do much for the operating budget, but it is going to lower taxpayer expense.
Great, I appreciate
which might be good to announce right before an election for a parcel tax.
Right, yeah, great.
Those two things are wildly unrelated, but good news is always good news.
The other thing I noted was it appears that STRS is is closer to level versus large increase, but PERS has got a pretty good increase in our costs. Yeah.
Well, it's up around the 20% level for both groups, which is significant.
Right. Now we got
each side has to put in.
Well, we said we were spending 60% in the classroom. We spending 20% on interest, and we're spending 20% on benefits. We're about done. My math.
You're Board Member Verich, you're absolutely right. When I present budgets to the public, which I do, the Board of Education, 85, 90% is in staff. 5% is in utilities, insurance, and things you don't really have any control over, lawsuits. And the board gets about 3% of the budget to decide what they may like to do with it.
Thank you. That was it. Just a couple things I noted. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
A quick question, might be for Sharon, might be for Barry. In the multi-year projections, those are assuming 0% property tax growth?
Correct. For the next 2 years. Yeah, for the next 3 years.
And then let's say, I think when we made that call and the county made us make that call, there's a lot of uncertainty and it seems like the housing market is okay. When would be the first signals that 0% might be higher or lower or just about right?
Good. Go ahead.
Probably sometime in either March or April, we will be able to see if the trend either stabilizes or there's an increase on the market.
Okay.
That's when Larry Stone tells us. Right?
Well, we get
He's in his crystal ball,
yeah.
and he says, here's what it's going to look like, guys.
Well, we get actually a little more information than that. The superintendent and I had a discussion because he asked me some really good questions. I get this report every month about our tax base. Help me read this. What does it mean from a superintendent perspective, which was a great question. They track the growth in property tax monthly, and we do get a report. So we can see the trend of where it's going, but it varies widely. And when we put a number in the budget, it's on an annual basis. But we do track it monthly and everybody sees it.
Awesome. Yeah, I think it's the effects of a global pandemic and shutting the whole country down for months at a time. We may not see the actual effects on our property taxes for 2 years, right? Because I think someone was saying earlier, people haven't even been evicted. Yeah, there's protections, but that might happen. There's going to be a lot of dominoes that fall, and I don't know. It's interesting because so much depends on what those numbers are, right? So thank you for all the work you do in keeping us up to date and keeping the public open and transparent.
That's our goal.
Anything else from anyone? All right. Is there a motion? Might need Michelle for that if she's around.
Move to approve.
All right. I'll second. So there's a motion by Stacy, a second by me. Is there any more discussion? Seeing none, can we please have a roll call vote, Bob?
Trustee Gallagher.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Goitia.
Aye.
Trustee Verich.
Aye.
All right, passes 4-0. 19C is to approve a contract with the Schimmel Project Management, SPM.
I will address this one. And this is a request that I'm making for the board to approve a contract with Schimmel Project Management to achieve basically two things. First, so that although Barry would no longer be able to serve in the CBO role after this month, so that he could act as a mentor to Ms. Dizon as she begins her new assignment, and then also to help us specifically with some project management work related to some of the acquisition of the Heritage Village office, obtaining a new lessee for Blackford campus, and other projects mostly related to real estate in one way or the other.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
As a motion by me, second by Stacy. Any discussion?
I love the statement of work. And I'm pretty sure that Dr. Schimmel is going to get us an ROI on this investment, a significant ROI on this investment for his services.
All right. With that said, let's go and do a roll call vote.
Trustee Gallagher,
Aye.
Trustee Brown,
Aye.
Trustee Goitia,
Aye.
Trustee Verich.
Aye.
Aye, passes 4-0. 20A is to approve Resolution 18, which is an intent to convey a public utility easement to PG&E for electric vehicle charging stations at Del Mar High School.
I think Director Wassinger is going to join us now.
Good evening, Board. Yes, this is Eric Wassinger, Director of Facilities. On this item 20A, this is the utility easement for PG&E to install the EV charging stations at Del Mar High School and Case location there at Del Mar. This is some charging stations at both sites with the same infrastructure we're asking. They're needing easement so they can put trenching through our parking lot to get to the closest telephone pole to make the connections.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion by me, second by Stacy. Discussion. Great. Let's go and do a roll call.
Trustee Gallagher,
Aye.
Trustee Brown,
Aye.
Trustee Goitia,
Aye.
Trustee Verich.
Aye.
All right, passes 4-0. 20B is to award a contract to ERIC Inspections Incorporated for project inspection services for the Del Mar High School admin building and library replacement.
Yes, Board, and for this item, we're asking the Board to approve. This is the inspector, the IOR for DSA. This is an admin modernization for the entire building. We plan on starting this next week with your approval. And we are going to gut that building down to the studs and redesign it so the admin is on one side, the student services on the other side, and we have a single point of entrance through the building into the campus once we have school starting for our secure campus site. So this is the request for this inspector to take care of this project.
Move to approve.
Second.
Second.
Motion by, second by, well, let's just get to Robert. We'll get to Robert. Is there any discussion? All right, seeing none, can we please have a roll call?
Trustee Gallagher.
Aye.
Trustee Brown,
Aye.
Trustee Goitia,
Aye.
and Trustee Verich.
Aye.
Passes 4-0. 20C is award contract to Cal State Construction for voluntary seismic retrofit at Del Mar High School buildings D and F.
So on this contract, Board, the actually next like 6 items are all the same. We went out to bid for the voluntary seismic upgrade of Del Mar. I put this out in 2 different contracts, 2 wings at a time for Del Mar. So there's 4 wings complete for the next 2 items. Then for Westmont, I put it out in 4 different ones, trying to make sure the contractors had enough staff and workers to get this done. It's an 85-day project. I have to have all these projects done by December 15th before we go off to break, and then before school hopefully starts January 4th. And so rather than having one contractor come in with lots of buildings to get done in 85 days, and that's calendar days, so there's only like 60 work days, I broke this up in multiple projects, and that's the next 6 projects here. They all came in under budget, which is awesome. We've had about 25 different contractors at each of the bid walks, and they had average of 9 proposals for each of these projects, and they came in under budget. So we're really excited. Our new CM started this week, and he's going to be running these projects. But this next project is Cal State for D and F, and then Cal State for M and N. So that's what we're asking for the approval for.
And Board, might I entertain a motion to approve 20C through H, because they're all pretty related.
So moved. C through H.
Second.
All right. So motion by Robert, second by Stacy. Discussion, questions?
So I think that's aggressive to get them all, to get this amount of wings done in 85 calendar days, but I know you guys will get it done. Looking at the overall scope of seismic retrofit, once we get to December 15th, Eric, about roughly how much of the seismic work will be done?
So at West, great question, Trustee Brown. So on this site, Westmont has 8 wings that have to be completed. This will conclude all of Westmont by December 15th. Branham is currently under contract now. We will be done by all the 5 wings that we're doing right now. 3 wings will be done by next week, and the other 2 wings will be done by December 15th. So I'll have Branham done completely also by December 15th. Delmar, we're doing 4 wings, which is all that's required at that site, because the other 3 buildings that have to be done there are, we have planned on demoing the buildings and rebuilding new buildings so that we have bigger sized classrooms, right? And so Prospect is done with seismic, so Lee's the last one to do. So this, unfortunately, because of COVID, I understand that the students and everybody's learning a new education process. With the construction, we are moving full speed ahead. And I know we put together some proposals, and because of the Westmont 8 wings going at one time, we're saving over $2 million in this project because we didn't have to bring in interim housing for 7 classrooms to be there for 2 years. And so with COVID happening, it's accelerated the construction plan for our bond. So we're doing really well. Nathan and I have strategized and worked on how can we get stuff done when it makes the most sense. And by doing all of the wings at Westmont, we're saving us a huge amount of money. And so, yeah, we have a lot of projects happening. The next 100 days, we will be going 15-hour days, getting stuff done. The contractors understand there's liquidated damages. If you don't finish in 85 days, we are charging you money because I have to have these projects done by 12/15. And so I've actually personally called DSA. I have the field engineer going to be on site once a week to answer CCDs. We are going to push through this to make sure everybody's involved, that we are going to complete this in a really unrealistic time. But I have faith in our crew and our team. We're going to make this happen.
Well, Eric, that's fantastic. You know, I have faith in you guys. And I think what you call this situation is, you know, with COVID and all the negative effects that we've had on education, this is kind of the lemons into lemonade opportunity. And so thank you for pulling this together and putting together a great plan. I remain in awe of what you guys can do.
Eric, I'm impressed with how many contractors we've got bidding on the last couple of meetings worth of approvals. So nice job getting that accomplished. I also noticed that RC Benson and Sons doesn't appear to want to win anything, since they seem to be at 2 times every winning bid.
Right.
But I know that they're all trying to find work, but for some reason they don't want it, but they're bidding on it. So
right.
I do appreciate that. You know, some of these bids are pretty close together. So very competitive. Thank you very much for breaking it up and having the foresight to do that.
Absolutely. And you know, like today we had a bid walk today at the Blackford site for their single portable that we're placing there. And there's 25 contractors showed up today to place 1 portable, which is crazy. The amount of people are showing up for such a small job. But yeah, it's great. I mean, it's competitive and people are driving the numbers. One thing that we do, like all these contracts here, we had a bid opening every half hour. And so the first 12 people were there, they put in their bids, they went back to the vehicles and they scratched the numbers and they changed them, you know? And so it was very good for the district and us spending money because they're cutting their numbers every bid, trying to get one, trying to get another, you know? And so it's a great marketplace for construction. It's not normally like this, but we're taking advantage of it. So it's great.
And I would compliment Eric. Not only are we getting great prices, but he and I and his team know most of the contractors. We want to make sure we just don't get a low bid, because that will make Mr. Wassinger lose his hair chasing down projects when you have this many. So I've been very impressed with, we've really had the quality that they're going to do the job.
Yep.
All right. So the motion on the floor is to approve 20C through H. Is there any more discussion? Seeing none, can we please have a roll call?
Trustee Gallagher,
Aye.
trustee Brown,
Aye.
trustee Goitia,
Aye.
trustee Verich,
Aye.
All right, passes. 20A is our Metro Ed on Silicon Valley CTE report. So, Madam President, turn it over to you.
Okay. The news is not good. Grab my piece of paper here. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, it just gets more depressing. We're not quitting, and we keep finding new contacts, new people to talk to, new ways to approach the Sacramento problem. But our city and our county is MIA at the moment, and I'm not sure we're going to be able to turn that around. Losses just this week. Our webmaster, Tony, has taken a new job doing COVID databases. Yesterday was Tesfa's last day. He's been our communications person for the past year, replaced Jason. We couldn't keep him because we couldn't afford him. Same story with Tesfa. Our human resources analyst, Farah, who's been with us 14 years, took a job in Sacramento. We can't pay enough to hold our people. And it's just, it's a morale hit. Melissa and I are not stopping. We've still got a slate of activities lined up for the next 2 weeks, but it just feels so outrageous that we are doing something so vital for the region right now and for our students. And no one seems willing to recognize it or put, or you know, people value what they pay for. It would be really, really nice if our city and county felt that we were valuable enough to give us some interim COVID funding. And so far, we're not there. So with our city and county MIA at the moment, we're turning our full attention to the groundwork for another big push in Sacramento. I know that there are people who think that should be deferred a year because the budget next year is not going to look good, but I just don't see that because I think we're about 2 years out from closing our doors. We have reserves, but we lose 100 students every January. That's 2.1 million each time right there. So I'm not sure that we can wait. If nothing else, we lay groundwork. I don't know if a defeat would set us back permanently. I really don't know the answer to that question at the moment. That's something we're exploring. I also would like to ask if we could move this report up to number 9 as a standing matter because it's not a board comment. It basically is a short presentation, and I think I've been good to keep them very short. But I would prefer it moved up to number 9 under information because anything I really want to get out there about Metro Ed, how many people are going to hang in here for 5-hour meetings for some sort of throwaway comment at the end of the meeting? I really would like it moved up to number 9 as a protocol.
Really quick, Linda, on that topic,
Yeah.
Bob, that would take we'd have to vote on that as a resolution.
Yes, I understand that.
No, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I don't understand that, so I'm trying to find out how to do it.
yes.
No, I don't think we have to vote on that. I think that,
Yeah, because our board.
Well, I'll put it like this. If you want it to be standing, you should vote on it because the order of the agenda is actually in part is codified.
Right.
You don't have to, but every meeting at the beginning, you would have to say, trustees, is everybody okay with moving this up? And then people would have to vote on it.
we should change that policy that codifies our agenda.
That is an option, is that you could change that policy. Yes.
So the only way we can do it is to make a motion every single meeting to move it to number 9.
Let's do this.
Or change the policy.
We can.
Let's do future planning, right?
Well, we can talk about it right now. So would you be okay if we brought something to the board at our next meeting that puts it up near the front?
Sure, that'd be great.
Let's do that, and we can figure out the big picture
Yeah,
stuff.
that'd be great. Okay.
Study.
All right. And the last thing I want to say is CUHSD and leaders of CUHSD. Those of you who have written your letters in support of MetroEd and emailed them to me, thank you. I've gotten some superb ones. Those of you who have not, and that is many, many, many people, where are you? We need you. Okay, that's all.
Great. And Robert, I think you just said something, but I don't think the mic was picking it up.
I apologize. That I didn't mean to talk on top of Linda. I was going to say we could talk about it in a work study in January.
Got it. Okay, cool. So now we're on 21B, which is board comments. Let's start with Trustee Verich.
Thank you. I really am pleased to see our student reports and see what our teachers are doing, tech is doing, business services. I also want to thank Linda. The work that she's done to try and save CTE is amazing. She has hundreds of letters, not enough, but she has hundreds of letters. She's reached out to legislators, elected officials, city, county. They all are starting to know her by name. I think most of them knew her. Now they know her by name.
He's trying to avoid me by name.
Yeah. Reject that call. So thank you, Linda, for stepping up. It's one of the great things of Silicon Valley is that we have CTE, and it'd be terrible if we lose it. So thank you for working so hard and for being their president.
Okay, I guess it's my turn. To add on to what Robert just said, 1,265. Those were that's the number of letters of support that this school district generated to go before the city council in December of 2018 in support of our general plan amendment for the district office for the kids. When you think about what CTE serves in our community, we should be able to generate that an order of magnitude more than that. So as Linda said, if you haven't written a letter, where are you? So from my seat, I finally had some time to go attend a Ed Foundation board meeting this month. I've been consumed by this project I'm managing. And so last night it was great to get back together with the foundation. They have a new logo that they're getting ready to roll out, and it's really cool. And I'm looking forward to when you guys get to see that. They're also getting ready to do their strategic planning for this upcoming year. And they're getting ready to fill their student advisory board positions. And so special attention to Delmar, because both of your SAB members last year graduated. And so they need Delmar students to come represent the student advisory board on the Ed Foundation. One of the things that they talked about was the idea of maybe paying a stipend to the student advisory board members. And that got me thinking about when we were doing a board policy last year, and we were looking at the possibility of compensating our own student board members with possible credit, graduation credit. So I was just kind of curious if we went anywhere with that, and if there might be some synergy between finding ways to compensate our student board members and other students who serve on advisory boards to support our community. I'm thrilled to be back at Branham this year. I just got, having done Lee last year, and I learned horns up. Now Branham says paws up. And I'm not sure what the hand signal is that goes with that, but I'm sure somebody will cue me in about that before back to school night. I don't know what paws up is yet, but I'm looking forward to it. They've got a new weekly newsletter that goes out, and I got to see the first one, and it was really cool. First was the student welcome back video, all student produced and led, and it was fun. And I think we're going to have some incredible videographers when this pandemic thing is all said and done. One of the things that caught my eye in the newsletter was a section that they wrote about social media concerns. And I'm just going to read it real quick here. While social media serves many positive purposes, it can also be used in a negative way. Branham administration have recently been made aware that a person or group of people have decided to create Instagram accounts regarding Branham gossip that serves no purpose other than to bully, harass, and intimidate our students and staff. This is not how we behave at Branham, and it goes against everything we stand for as an inclusive school and community. We are currently investigating and will be implementing consequences accordingly. Consequences can range from warnings up through and including suspension and expulsion. We have already disappointedly seen several of our students sign up as followers to these accounts. If you are or know one of these students, I suggest you remove yourself or have them remove themselves immediately. In addition to potential consequences, this is not likely something about which you would want your name associated if/when a future college admissions officer or employer conducts an internet search to learn about your integrity and values. I think that that is an outstanding message, and I think that it sends the exact right message. This is not who we are, and it's a great first step in being upstanders. So shout out to Branham.
Who authored that message?
I don't know. It was in the newsletter. So whoever
without attribution. Yeah. That's even better. It just comes from Branham, you know.
Yeah.
It's like saying coming from Buckingham Palace, you know. That's fine.
And I'm also, just not to show favoritism to Branham, but I'm loving that I'm going to be at Boynton this year too. And I can't wait to go out and see what's happening there.
Stacey, would you forward that newsletter to the rest of us?
You bet.
Thank you.
All right, Linda.
Well, I know that confidentiality prevents us from mentioning names, but I just want to say that I would personally, like any news anybody wants to send me of teachers who've lost homes, teachers who are evacuated, teachers who need help. I'm concerned, I'm interested in how many of our staff really have been impacted and continue to be impacted by this. I've gotten a couple of good pieces of news that I hope are accurate about people whose homes were threatened that are actually still standing. But I still think that all of us on the board would be interested in an accurate accounting of our staff and how they are faring at the moment with regard to the fires. And then the other thing I guess I want to talk about just briefly, maybe I do, maybe I don't, actually, is bird poop. Yeah, there's a topic for a board meeting. I had a call from a constituent who was unhappy that people in golf carts were running off the Canadian geese from the field. Okay. So I did a little looking into the pros and cons of having Canadian geese, which are migrating. They're not going to stay. They go through and then they go on. To what extent this was a good or a bad thing. And a lot of it confirms stuff I already knew. They mainly eat grass. They eat plants. They eat seeds and berries and stuff like that. And they eat some grubs out of the lawn. So if you examine, and I know this firsthand because I'm a Kansas girl, but if you examine goose poop. It's fundamentally hay because they've been eating plant material. So it's not as offensive as some. This is really, I did not mean to talk about poop tonight, but you can't talk about it without talking about it. It's a tremendous fertilizer. It's basically a 2,4,2 fertilizer with nitrogen and phosphorus. So it's not a bad thing in that regard. Where it becomes a bad thing is when it's at the edge of water, like at Vasona Park, because when you mix it with water, then you've got some parasitism issues. In our playing fields, you probably don't. So all I know is that they're probably fertilizing the playing fields. If we're not playing on those fields right now and it's not full water and constituents are unhappy that we're being mean to the geese, maybe we should just back off and let them migrate. Anyway, just a thought I'm putting out there. That's it.
You
I
learn
try
so
to
much.
be responsive to constituents.
No, it's great. Yeah, and I think my report is just one of gratitude with, us talking to a friend who's on another board and just talking about the experience so far in distance learning. And, I think it is telling the hard work of staff and students and teachers that, we didn't have a line of people lined up to tell us what's going on and their concerns at the beginning of this meeting. There's been swarms of angry emails. And I think that just really goes to speak to all the hard work that y'all put in and continuing to improve on, right? There's bumps, right? There was little cracks, but there's no big cliffs, I think, that we've seen. And just thank you for that. And just thank you to the generosity of all the, our community. I think we're very lucky to have people who are stepping up when it's people's times of need, right? And whether it's fires or different donations for COVID and food and, all of that. I think it's been great to see, I guess, just our Campbell Union High School District community looking out for one another. So that is all I have. Item 22A is future planning.
Tag on to that though, Kaylin, I thank you for putting up the GoFundMe. It's amazing to me that $60,000 is raised in a week, if it's not more by now. So good job. And Linda, to you, I've had the opportunity to talk to several people, as you probably know, as I think you know, I have an insurance office in Santa Cruz and I'm the only one that represents our company. So I have lots of customers that I'm working with, but so far I know of one teacher that lost their home. So I know we've been hit hard. It was a total loss. There's nothing left, but the others mostly are doing okay. But I know there's some that are going to be in bad space. Some that are lucky, they're connected to Santa Cruz University, who has some dorm spaces available, stuff like that. So right now, that's what's going on.
Trustees, we have 3 teachers who sadly lost their homes. And I will provide more information to you on that in tomorrow's memo.
Thank you.
All right, 22A is future planning. Is there anything for future planning?
Yeah, two things. Couple of board meetings ago, I asked if we could either get some information or agendize a conversation on providing Chromebooks for case students. That was brought to our attention. So I'd like to just see if that's still something that we want to look at, and maybe, for me, I'd like to just understand, because it's different funding sources and things like that, and what some of the obstacles might be for us to be able to provide that level of funding directly. And then I'd like to—
Before you jump down, let's get the answer. Bob, is it better for a Friday report or should we put it on the 17th agenda?
We were going to send you a report in writing, but if you want to have it an item of discussion, we could do that. My understanding is that we have made provisions so that underage students who go to CASE, so the 18 and younger, that they are being provided devices, but I don't think that's the space we're in for the above 18 group. And Herman Serra, the spirit has moved Herman Serra to testify.
Yes, I was actually going to add it, and the newsletter for tomorrow and give you an update. And so Usha is checking out Chromebooks to the adults, but she is asking for a $50 deposit because she wants to make sure that they do return it. And so that's something that she started doing a couple of weeks ago, I'm sorry. And so that is happening now. She is checking out Chromebooks to her adults, but there is a deposit.
Okay.
And I see that Mr. Keating also had the spirit stir him. Mr. Keating, anything you want to add there?
No, I think Herman really covered it because I spoke with Usha as well about this topic and how we're going to track it and make sure that these are available. So we are doing what we can with what we have, and but I think I'll leave it the rest to Herman and Bob.
Okay. Well, thank you. I look forward to seeing that in the letter, and then we have another meeting not too long from now. So if it makes sense to agendize a conversation, we can do that at a future planning. The second thing that I wanted to ask is, can we put something on the agenda to look at our board policy that codifies our agendas? It's kind of, I don't know. I don't even think it's 20th century. I think it's 19th century. The whole purpose of having a president is to run the meetings, and there should be some flexibility, I think, in being able to adjust the agendas accordingly.
You definitely do that for the next meeting. I think we'll have a two-parter, right? One that puts the thing up, and then it can open the discussion of flexibility. And cool. Okay.
Other items that might need to move.
Yeah. Is there anything else on future planning? All right. So let's go ahead and move to 23A to adjourn the meeting.
I apologize. I thought there was one more that talked about meetings. When we talked about putting the 24th of September on the calendar, that I might not be able to attend that. Those plans did come together even though of COVID, so I won't be here. I also won't be here for the one in October, but I think I can attend that one since it's going to be Zoomed. So I just, I moved that plan out a day so I could not fly during the meeting. So I'll stay there. Okay.
Awesome. And which one in October?
The first one. So it's that trip.
October 1st. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Well, Robert, I'd be happy to take your proxy for you on the.
Good. Thank you.
All right. I move to adjourn.
Second.
All right. There's a motion by me, second by Stacy. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Thank you, everybody.
Trustee Gallagher.
Aye.
Trustee Brown.
Aye.
Trustee Goitia.
Aye.
Trustee Verich.
Aye.
All right, y'all. Thank you.